listening. It is November 24th, 2023, and it is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
This is.
This evening, we're joined once again, as always, with Sanderson or Eric, and the Burrell has joined us. Good evening, Bobby. How are you?
Good, gentlemen. Good today.
Good. We may talk a little Needham here just to kind of fill some time. I did laugh a little bit with the boys before I got started. I want to get to a couple of the comments because Ham has the right idea. He's got the right idea. But I did laugh. I did notice and appreciate folks that that came on the channel and were able to offer a lot of commentary as far as the podcast episode and the last live stream. Unfortunately, I'm going to laugh, and we'll see. I'm going to workshop the title, but the next podcast episode may be the letdown episode because there's no Salacious Hook. This week, everybody kind of kept quiet. Some people are still missing in action who remain nameless.
We still have 3 days.
Yeah, we still have 3 days. That's true. If we come up with anything, we'll let you know. But Bobby, you know what I want to do, and I've got at least one offer to have somebody join us in and maybe opine a little bit. So we'll do that. Sure. But let me start off with this. Why don't we start off? You're in the garage of knowledge. So in knowledge, one of the key things is to have being centered, being tranquil. I think I'd like to start this episode with a brief moment of Zen, Bobby. I think that's the best way to start this episode. Let's start with that. Eric, are you ready for a moment of Zen? Are you ready to be cleansed to start off the episode?
No, because I can already
I truly subscribe to the notion that you are who you hang with. If you show me your 5 closest friends, I will show you who you are. And I truly believe that.
So I'm an asshole.
Moment of Zen.
There you go.
Moment of Zen.
So
yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah,
okay.
I feel like those are accurate words.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I'm
Sounds about right.
at the company I keep, then I'm an asshole.
We've literally been telling you this for how long?
Well,
so Michael Ham says there's nothing to talk about, so let's make fun of Eric. Always a good suggestion.
That's part usual. That's part usual.
Yep. See, and look, a man who would type this sounds to me like a man who's an asshole. Sounds about time. Yeah. Paul says about time to mute the Sanderson or guy. Facts.
Yeah.
Zach says Eric coming in hot with the hate. True. Orlando here. Good evening, Orlando. All right, so let's take a look here. So, like I said, it was funny, and I appreciated folks that chimed in and checked out those episodes. Had a lot of fun with them. Great feedback on them. But yeah, it's one of those things where we'll pick and choose. That was a situation that was perfect for us because obviously I knew who we were talking about. I had listened to the podcast in the past, so that's why I'm able to pull up those clips, and I was able to download some before they vanished off the internet. But it's kind of we talked about on the podcast though. If the dude hadn't then suddenly tried to wipe himself off the face of the internet planet, we would have still had some fun with it. The memes would have still been in effect, but I don't think it would have been like 0.1% of what actually ended up happening.
Oh, it's so worse.
Exactly. So where do people go now?
I have no idea. Well, look, that's why we kind of posed the question. Is like,
I don't know.
That's what we kind of pose the question is there going to be, a comeback attempt down the road? It'd be really tough now. I think honestly, you kind of burned that bridge on your way across it. I think you threw some grenades at it and blew it up. So it was like, maybe don't do that. Maybe that would have been the idea.
Fell off the cliff, you climbing back up. I don't know.
Right. I don't know if he'd be, Bobby, I don't know if it would be even worth it because I don't think he had actually built himself up a little pedestal bigger in his mind than it actually was, but there was something there. There was a platform, and you can't rebuild the platform now because you nuked the platform too. so now it's like, so now you'd come in, you'd be back in as just a guy. You're not going to be able to get back what you had. You can't put the genie back in the bottle for that kind of thing.
In all seriousness, the last, incident in the hobby, which we spent a lot of time on with, the Rock Auto
and Cardboard. Cardboard was another one.
Yeah. You had the incident itself, and then you had the people involved in the incident lash out and attack their followers and people that dared criticize them. And they're still up and running.
Yeah.
All this guy did was screw up, make an ill-fated apology video, and then wiped his stuff clean.
That we know of. Very important. He wasn't on payer on at least 2 auctions. And the key to this is the fact that you wiped yourself clean then leaves people to ask reasonably,
right,
is that it? Or was there something else? Because you suddenly go and whitewash everything.
Yeah. All right. So we'll say with what we know, for
Yeah.
facts.
With what we've got so far, yes.
If the other guys can still be up and running after what they did, and then the mistake they made, and then attacking people, their fan base, and anyone else who dared question them, I don't think that a cardboard therapist should have a problem making a comeback. He didn't, he did something, but he didn't come out and attack people. He didn't say
He ran too fast for that.
Yeah, he didn't.
He started off by, but he blocked people, Eric. He started off by blocking people.
Yeah, well, that's still better than what the other guy did. I mean, we joked. I remember joking about it, that this is the only show that's allowed to attack.
They both made a video after the fact, so I don't know. Seems like the same path. Everyone's trying to flash the Pokemon invincibility card and try to come back.
I mean, this is the only show on the interwebs that it's okay to attack their viewers. And those guys did it for real.
Well, I think Eric, key to this is that you're basically the one who attacks the viewers. Bobby and I don't attack the viewers.
Well,
we've got a good, healthy relationship with the viewers, and also they attack you back because you deserve it. And hitting the like button makes you pay, so we've got that going for us.
Because our viewers are stupid. Because how else would you explain watching this crap?
I don't know.
So Mr. Dwayne said turkey sandwich with Eric's favorite mayonnaise.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Good day there, Global. Orlando says no hating on Eric. Just hit the like button and make him pay. That's right, Orlando. Timeless Cardboard says, when we find out Eric is doing to take himself off social media. I think Eric has been trying to take himself off social media.
Yes!
If he doesn't know how.
I'm begging for it. I beg for it every week.
He literally tries to cancel himself on the weekly. He's trying really hard, and he just doesn't know how to do it effectively.
He can't figure it out. He can't even figure out eBay to show bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's
not working.
Otherwise,
it's not working for him.
I know.
None of it.
I'd have to make a second account. That seems way too much effort. And as we know on this show, one of the rules are thou shalt not effort. Correct. So I'd have to make a second account, and I have to check it, and I can't even imagine. That's way too much work.
Yep. All right, so let's do this one, because this is a topic we can do as an offshoot of the therapist thing, because it was part of the story too. Less so, I'll explain why it's not as a big a concern for me, but it's still worth talking about. So let's touch on it. So Hockey 99 says, Carlos, what are your thoughts on submitted sales and who is allowed to submit sales? So let me give the background on that one, because that was brought back up because of therapist's original video that he talked about it. So one thing, actually, what I'm going to do, I actually had I had put together the archive of it previously. A lot of people in the last couple of videos have asked about the original apology video, which was obviously taken down on Instagram. I actually have it archived as an unlisted video on the YouTube channel. I was able to download a copy of it, so I have it, and I have it as an unlisted video. So what I'm going to do on the replay, for anybody who checks out the replay, I'll put it in the description, the link to the unlisted video. It's not monetized. I don't know if YouTube does ads on an unlisted video, but anyway, with the link, you can see the video. If you want to watch in its entirety, it's there for you. If you want to borrow it or use it for your own purposes, you do your own content, knock yourself out. I would love an attribution since I did archive it, but other than that, do with it as you will, but I'll make it available to everybody so that they can access it and check it out on their own. But one of the pieces at the tail end of the video was that he talked about submitting some private sales to Card Ladder. And I did see a couple of videos that touch on this, and I just was kind of sitting there like, I'm pretty sure that feature's been in place for a while. So I did actually go back and double check, and on the Card Ladder YouTube channel, the actual on their YouTube channel, still live, was the episode where they talked about submitting sales and how to submit sales and do all that. That was more than 2 years ago. So that feature's been there literally 4 years. Now, going to the second part of it, the reason I'm not too worried about it from my perspective is you've got 3 scenarios that play out. Now you can talk about, who's considered reputable and who's considered not reputable. That's part of what the discussion point will be. But I'm kind of looking at it from the perspective of, okay, so if you do a private sale, you got three possible scenarios. Scenario 1, your private sale is way high. Scenario 2, your private sale is way low. Scenario 3, your private sale is within the current range of comps that go today. If it's scenario 3, no one gives a crap because it fell within what's been going on anyway. Scenario 1 and 2 are only really a problem if the stuff doesn't trade very often. a car like a Lucas Silver that there's like 1,000 copies of it and it sells on eBay, 10 times a day. You have a sudden outlier sale, no one's going to bat an eye. They're just going to ignore it. Or a weird like low sale, again, no one's going to bat an eye. They're going to ignore it. It's only if it's a card that only sells once in a while where there aren't a lot of comps. So suddenly this becomes one of the valid data points. You can't throw it out. But at the same time, for me, so this would be kind of my answer to this. I don't think a private sale is a valid comp for anybody. I'm not worried about the validation process. I'm not worried about who's involved in it. I'm not worried about anything related to. I could literally watch them. I could literally watch the money change hands in front of me. The person hands the money. The other person gets the card. They literally walk away, and I watched it directly in front of my face. I still wouldn't count it. And the reason for that is I don't know what led up into it. I don't know what other discussions we're doing, because one normal thing that happens all the time is if you go in, say you go to a card show, you do business with the same person all the time. Guess what? If you do enough business with somebody, you're going to be like, hey, you got me pretty good on the last deal. You got a pretty good comp on that one. Can you cut me a little bit of break on this one? And we've been doing a bunch of transactions over a long period of time. So you might give somebody a little bit of a better deal than you normally would if it was just some Joe Blow off the street trying to do the exact same deal. So you might give them below comps just to be like, yep, we're going to do 50 more deals down the road. Why not? So that's part of it. It's also a cash deal. So maybe you're going to take less than you would on eBay because you got to factor in the fees and the rest of it. And not everybody got to bid openly on it. So it's a completely broken system. And we're not even counting, what if there's a trade component to this? What if there's been a trade piece to that and you're doing like 10 cards and you pay $1,000 for 10 cards? So is the comp 10 times $100? One card's worth 500. Does that mean that it's a $100 comp, or does it like, how do you figure out there's too many little moving parts. I can't treat it the same way that I would treat it as you just put one card up for sale, somebody buys it, and we're done. You're adding all this other complexity into it, not even taking into account the fact that to me, it's a completely different way of doing the sale. Where I'm like, to me, I just throw it out. Out of hand, I would automatically throw it out, even if I was 100% confident that the transaction took place exactly the way it's written down. I still don't consider it to be real. Not for me.
I went through that at the show, and this is really about Needham. Somebody said that my prices were a little low on a particular item.
Sure.
I said, that's fair. What's the item? So he told me, and he said, well, I get 1,200 at the show. You have it for 500. I get 800 for this one. You have it at 300. I'm saying I'm just going by, what's on classic auction, what's on. See, everybody doesn't realize that with hockey, and when it comes to the trinkets and what have you, a lot of that stuff that was sold prior to 2015, we had three major millionaires, super millionaires, so to speak, who are really in the hobby, and they were pushing the envelope on every buy. Everybody went to them, they paid up, and that rose the marketplace. So what happened after 2015? We could see the prices of the pre-prices, and this is how this guy is pricing his items from pre to, actually probably going back to 2005, 10, whatever. And the price of these items were, $3,000-$4,000 for a small group. Then we get into past 2018, then it's $1,700, and then each individual one is $200 to $400. So we're seeing that divide. Is like, yeah, you're an old time dealer, but you're using the old pricing. And I said, Needham is based on current values. And I said, I can't use what you sell privately at the show for. It's not like you sell a lot of them, because I know I see them every time they're there. They're always there, but you sold them one guy, $1,200 for that Richard. You sold one guy. So I said, I can't do that. And I got into that with Rich Klein. I said, you can't use comps, because he goes, that's what we did, years and years ago. I said, that's fine. It's not years and years ago.
So Bobby, I want to make thank you for bringing up that point. I did want to add that piece, but thank you for bringing it up. Rich Klein worked at Beckett. And what people forget, if you guys remember when I've gone through some of those old Beckett issues, there's a survey spot in there. There's a little section where you can report different sales. Well, what happens is Beckett had certain dealers that they considered to be more reputable, whose comps they took more accurately than others. Stop me if that sounds familiar. That's Beckett going back to the 80s and the 90s and going back.
But then again, if you ask them what's a Bobby Orr rookie card in Boston worth, and then you talk to a Toronto dealer, there's a big difference. So it was balancing out. So you had to have that balance. At least with the auction site, we have a nationally advertised auction that anybody in North America can bid on. And then you have eBay, which is everybody around the world can bid on. So I'm kind of using those comps And I can't use the sales because these things don't come up that often. Sure, you can hold out for that one guy. So what happened? The guy who bought them kind of comes to me, goes, "Hey, your price on those are way too low." I said, "Why?" He goes, "Well, I just paid 2,000 for these three." And I went, I said, "Well, you could have downloaded my app." And he says, "Well, you know, I was at the show." I said, "I released it a week before the show so people could get used to it and, you know, what have you." And I said,
Right.
"I was at the show and you bought this on Saturday. So, you know, you've had the ample opportunity. At least you would have had some fodder to barter with the dealer on that." And unfortunately, you know, it comes down to I'm the guy who's wrong. But I turned it around. I said, "That's fine." I said, "Is whatever you think." I said, "This is the current market price. I'm not going to really change my prices." I said, "You know, one guy wants to sit there with something that sells for $200 and they put $800 and they found that one guy come by." And I told him it was why you'd be lucky to get 200. And he makes that 800 and he goes, "See, I told you so." And I don't want the told you so, that one guy. I'm looking for the market, the even market trends, you know, and that's the only way to go forward. So anyways, that was my story.
Yep. Sounds good. So I can see you, Ham. If you're good, just wave or give me a thumbs up.
Not Mike.
I know.
Oh, hi, Mike.
Hey, he's got the sign too. I like that he's got the sign in the background. That's to add a little
Y'all
extra.
hear me
to it.
okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. I'm just going to turn you
All right,
down
sweet.
just a little bit, but I can hear you well.
All right.
How's it going, Ham?
Where'd Eric, where'd you go, baby?
Oh, he left as soon as you came in, man. Oh,
Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah.
He's got. You get in the back of the chair.
He's a little. It looks like he's a little shy.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
just become chair stream.
there it is.
I don't need this.
Eric, you got
it.
to face your accusers sometimes. Sometimes you got to
Sometimes.
face your accusers. Like honestly, you know, it's the jury of your peers here, and it's getting to be quite a jury. So Ham, let me get you in on this just to get your 2 cents on this piece. So
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I let off the top since Hockey asked the question. I never think private sales. I don't care who they are. I could literally know exactly who everybody's involved in. I could literally watch them do the deal in front of me. I'm still not counting it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Not
it never
because you don't
counts.
know
To
what-
me, it never
You don't
counts.
know what the deal is. You don't know
Yeah.
what went on in between it. There could be other things.
Yes.
Just no.
Exactly.
No. It's
Yeah,
not
there's too many.
transparent.
To me, there's too many pieces to it. And let me throw one other piece to this whole discussion. Again, we know Card Ladder is the only one who even suggests they take this information. But the other piece of the puzzle is okay. But let's use comps the way we normally use comps. You and I are looking up a card. We're trying to come to some kind of an agreement on what we consider the fair price to be. Whatever. Okay, let's say you got Card Ladder. You've got this private sale involved in it, and let's say it's a card that doesn't trade often enough where it gets thrown out in the wash here. Let's say it's at least rare enough that it might even matter. Okay, let's say, but you've got this number, and I'm looking at market movers, and I don't have that number. So you and I are not, I go to eBay. I can't find that number because it doesn't exist anywhere other than this one database. Why would I follow that?
Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, anything online is our leading point for most data points anyway. I'm at shows all the time, and obviously people deduct off those points. I've yet to see anything for quite a while now sell over a comp. Nothing. I haven't seen anything sell over a comp since the boom, basically. And that's what's really letting me know. If I see something sell over comp, or somebody's willing to buy something, let's say it's a Prism Gold number to 10, because everybody's getting lower numbered stuff at this point, higher value, that they feel that has a higher value, they will overpay. But I haven't seen it yet. And I pay attention when I'm at the shows. I see thousands of dollars on the table. I go get nosy. I'm not videotaping because I'm not trying to put other people's business out there. But, I'm listening and I want to hear what's going on. I just act like I'm looking, but I'm not. I'm listening. I'm just eavesdropping because I want to know what's going on. And I'm getting an idea of, is there something in the market changing? And I've yet to see that. So until I see something like that happen, or someone says, last comp, I'll give you an extra $20-$50. That's a big deal. That's moving up. That's moving a number somewhere else that people don't know about. And that usually means there's a trend happening and that it's going to take over.
Yeah, and also you touched on it, and Bobby touched on it, and I hit on it as well. Is that even if, again, for the sake of argument, let's be nice, let's be charitable. Let's assume the deal you're looking at right in front of you, the private deal. Let's assume everything's on the up and up. Everybody is doing it legitimately. The money changing hands is real. The card is actually changing hands. Good to go. You have no idea if they've already done 50 deals before this. They've kind of thrown the numbers back and forth over time. And over the course of time, the dealer's like, you're a great customer. I'm going to give you the bro price here because I know that we'll sell 10 more cards. We'll do 50 more deals down the road. There's no reason for me to try to squeeze every penny out of the one deal.
Correct. And if there's a cash deal, then it's my hush. No worries there. I'll knock a couple $100 off of it because if you sold it on eBay, you pay that money anyway. So
that's what I mean. So that I can't treat that the same way that I would treat a normal open auction where everybody has a chance to get a crack at it, and then we find out kind of where things sit today. That's, to me, that's a different data set, and I would disregard automatically any numbers that came from that other source because it's like it's a different beast completely.
Oh yeah, I know 100%.
Yeah, so let me read a couple here just to make sure we got this included here. Orlando included. Private sales should not be included. Too hard to confirm. Yep. And like I said, even in my scenario, I was being nice. I said, for the sake of argument, let's say we 100% confirm it. I know 100% it went through. I'm still not accepting it as part of the same database. Like, to me, it belongs in its own universe. I don't really care about it, to be honest. I disregard it completely personally. But even if you want to include it, it's got to be in a different place. It's a different set of data. Bobby really rocking it like a hurricane. There you go, Paul. Look at you. Orlando says hi to Mr. Ham. All right. So I've obviously had my fun with this one. I got a chance to do the podcast episode and last week's live stream. Do you want to chime in and throw your 2 cents here on do we need some sports card therapy here, Mr. Ham?
I mean, he threw himself out there. There's no way you can possibly think that you're doing something that the hobby is going to be okay about. But he should have went at it a different direction, personally. Mm-hmm. If you're going to put yourself out there and admit to doing something that, let's say, 60% of the people are honestly going to be like, oh, that's so wrong. And the other 40% is like, yeah, I did that last week. It's just, it's just one of those things that, if we take something somebody does and we have our influencers that just throw the negative darts out there and they do a good job, let's face it. But at the end of the day, sometimes you got to understand that, oh, I'd never do this means I'd never admit to this. There's 2 sides to everything. And, at the end of the day, he probably tried to get out in front of it and be like, hey, I'm being honest. The backlash is usually too much for a regular person. At this point, never being trusted in that scenario again will probably happen. Again, you make an alias, nobody ever knows. Things go on. Life moves on. So, at the end of the day, you get a negative stigmatism towards you. It's not like if somebody saw him at a show, you're like, oh, you crook. No one's going to do that. It's just not, that's not the mentality of people. It's easy to poke fun at people online, hide behind a username or tag, never put yourself out there and act like you're Mr. Perfect or Mrs. Perfect and move along with life. Again, it's hard enough to even come out and state that you did something wrong or admit to it by trying to twist it, because that's what people do. But at the end of the day, he obviously seen the backlash. He took a ton of stuff down. He's in my fantasy league. He's really never commented much in there. And in our league,
I forgot. That's right. You guys are in the creator league.
And we haven't brought this up to him. Since he took all his Instagram down, the only thing we're trying to figure out is he still playing in the league? Because I think he's like 3rd or 4th in the league anyway.
Did any of you guys think to offer like a really one-sided trade and be like, I won't pull the comp, bro? No.
He may still be playing his team, even though he took his IG down and we can't really talk to him. One of the other guys in the league is personal friends with him too. They were just like, just give him a minute. All this is going on. He pulled it down. Doesn't necessarily mean he's not involved. Again, there's no prize for the league other than just saying you beat somebody. By the way, I beat Neo this past week. I feel really good about that.
I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Isn't that Steve's league, though? And isn't it supposed to be some money goes towards the
we've already all paid.
Fundraiser
paid at the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. That's done. There's no prize. But you still want to be able to say, you beat somebody fairly, not because they left the league and it turned into a different thing. So, because we're competitive in this league, with the exception of probably like the 3 at the bottom at this point.
I guess with the power that these guys sort of get a little sense of, I think that's where it goes to their head a little bit. They think they can get around things a little bit easier or beyond where the questions should be to them because, they have their own podcast or whatever. This happened in Mark's cards. He's such a big guy, but hey, look, dang, So I think, power creates some little bit of corruption. People get a little bit too much pride in themselves, I think, and it oversteps their boundaries.
maybe next week's moment of Zen, I'll pull the clip from where he bragged about being one of the top podcasts, and then he told everybody to clip
he
it
didn't
and send
say
it to other
that.
people.
Oh no.
Oh, he did. Oh, he did. It was great. It was fantastic. I'm sitting there like, do you want to script your own downfall? Like that was the last episode before he went dark. The last episode. I'm sitting there like, this is how you want to go out. Huh? Okay, buddy.
You can get
I don't
back
really
in
have a
by
problem with the guy.
Thunderdome only.
The great irony of this is I don't have any personal issue with the guy specifically, but I just love the Schadenfreude of being so ridiculous that
great.
this is how you decide to do your thing. All right, then we're gonna have a little fun here in a second.
I find it funny how people all of a sudden become personal towards somebody that they casually watch or are in a show or
that is true.
Comment.
Yes.
It's just funny. It's again, you're always quicker to see negative comments than positive comments on anything you ever look at. So I'm always like, it's 10-1. If I get one positive, and Amazon's a perfect example, just going into negative comments real quick is, oh, the package arrived damaged. I love the product and gave it 1 star. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out if the product's good. I don't care about who kicked your package on the way to the door.
There you go.
I mean, so what you're referring to is something like, this show where we come on and, and someone here in the comments wrote the very first one.
Eric, I think you got to stop picking on people in the comments, because the people in the comments can talk back.
Well, you got to understand that the guy wrote that comment a little bit of he's a fisherman.
Ham, hold on, Ham. I got to stop you, because Eric over here is talking about people in the comments and everything, and Eric talks a lot of smack when he can't see the people in the comments, but sometimes they can see him.
Oh God! Oh,
Steve Angel.
Steve, worse and worse.
Going up tonight.
Eric, I told you about jury of your peers. There are people out there that are watching you. They see you.
My good God.
Mm-hmm.
This is really our only avenue to Eric.
I know. Eric is inconsistent hiding the rest of the time, and this is the time that people can get to him.
Hello,
Eric,
Steve. How are you?
I'm still hurt that you haven't posted that picture of the 4 of you at Chop that night.
That's because there's 5 of us.
Mm-hmm. Also, we've shown the picture here. We've shown the picture here. Mind you, I might have cropped in and zoomed in on a certain section of it just to make sure everybody saw it.
Good.
Yeah.
And then there was 2.
So I want to. So let me do this. Let me introduce Steve. So there are about 40 people watching. So let me introduce you to the audience a little bit. So this is my friend Steve Angel. We've known each other. It's got to be upwards of 20 years now, probably, give or take.
I want to say at least that.
Yeah.
Didn't you start coming to expos or didn't we start meeting at expos in 2000, 2001 in there?
Probably thereabouts. Yeah, it's probably about right.
You were still with Wes at that time.
Yeah. Well, Wes was one of those people that was hanging around. So for folks that don't understand, there was a group of different folks that basically would hang out. A lot of them came off the message boards. So then basically we'd go hang out. Expo was the hangout. That's where you went to go hang out with your friend groups that were part of it. And so a lot of those folks, honestly, are still around. So there are a lot of old memories and a lot of old jokes, but Steve was one of those folks. So first, I think Steve was on Usenet, but also Beckett was the big one, where a lot of us started off and then funneled over to Hobby Insider, which was the next one. And that's where I think I got to know Steve more by that time period.
Yeah, if you want to know who the really old goats are, say Rec Collecting and see who perks up. The really old goats know, and everybody else needs an explanation. Well, that's not entirely. The really old goats of the internet era understand, and everybody else needs an explanation. There's lots of old goats in the hobby who have been around in one form or another in their own spheres, doing just fine. Thank you.
Yeah,
but the earliest adoption on in internet days would have been the Usenet groups, Recollecting Sports, hockey, basketball, soccer, whatever. Of course, back in those days, I mean, it would have been late 90s. You were looking at mainly just the big 4. But anyways, not here to reminisce on that. Usenet was its own brand of trash.
There you go. It's also a good reminder. Part of the reason why I wanted to bring that up, just to give some background, is that, like I said, Steve and I have known each other for a very long time. And then when I go to Expo, he's one of the folks that I'll hang out with, and then we'll go have dinners. And Bobby is obviously, I met Bobby later on, obviously, but now we have that going for us as well. But for the Canadian side of things, there are so many people. So like Steve has obviously been involved online, but it tells you the circles because he's involved online, but he's not at all present in the YouTube side of things. This would be the first time. If you're not on this side of the border, you probably have no idea who this is. You know, I'd have to give you a whole background, thing. Go through the list of, various crimes against humanity, crimes against fashion.
We have our own cliques, our own groups that we've kind of hung out. I was in the wax pack crowd, so the pre-card days, we didn't want to open our packs, so we kept them closed.
That's right.
And that was a small group of people. There's like 30 or 40 of us at that time, so it wasn't large forums or groups for it. So
no, it wasn't. So real quick, I'll read a couple comments here. Dufex says, "This is my weekly hobby therapy." Well, you looking at people on the screen that are crazier than you probably would make you feel better. It's probably about right. Even Dufex. Justin says, "Evening all." Justin, good evening. Speaking of our early therapy sessions, Justin was his own special brand. Self-medicating, I think, was a little different take on it. There was a little bit of that going on.
Yep,
that was good. But yes, so Mr. Ham, Steve, you already know everybody else here.
Hey, Steve, how are you doing?
Actually, I want to take the opportunity to thank you. Like, I'd never met Eric other than, let's say a series of hearty and vigorous comments when I started posting some pickups a couple years back.
He's a disrespectful hater is what he is.
Rubbing everybody's nose in the fact that you had these incredible Gretzkys and just every single day. Look at this Gretzky. Look at this Gretzky. And I had enough of it, and I said, knock it off.
Fine. I mean, I only do that with shirts, and I'm pretty sure no one begrudges me those.
No,
maybe Ken Golden.
Yeah.
But
yep. Makes sense. I like that you've actually answered to Justin. Yes, Justin, it's live. That's a new angle for Rip and List. There you go. That's a new one. Usually Rip and List is asking if it's live. It is, in fact, not Memorex. That's a new twist. So, Steve, you're getting a sense of the cast. I actually have a cast of regulars. A lot of names that are very familiar here. Now, before we continue, I want to quickly take a second because we had a long lead in this time around. But I want to also thank our friends at AMG who are supporting the podcast and also the channel. So, and tonight they actually had their trade night out in Atlanta, Canada. They were having a lot of fun with it. So, I want to thank those folks for being part of it.
They're also the fine folks who took it in the ear for you so you could rip AEW wax on the cheek.
You're damn right. Correct. Look, that would still be collecting dust to this very day, were it not for that.
To this day, not to this day, till far, far in the future. I envision three things surviving nuclear war: Keith Richards, bugs, and that wax.
Yes. And I'll have you know that I am now at 95% break even on that product. I sold a few more cards this week, and I am almost at break even. Almost. I'm within about $50. I'm really closing it.
Yeah, I feel that bar would have been much harder to clear if you'd bought it at release.
The word that you're looking for is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like Eric finally bending the knee and giving fealty to mayonnaise. I feel like that would happen first.
Come on.
Bend the knee, baby.
Bend the knee, Eric.
Well, he does. He does bend the knee to mayonnaise. It's to bend over and hurl into the toilet.
Yeah, it's both knees. Though. I'm talking about just one knee. I'm talking about in fealty.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I've told.
I was trying to get him the out.
I've told the story a couple of times about how high I jumped when I turned and saw that sitting in my spot when I came back from talking to Timmy Two Hats at the restaurant.
You're welcome.
I came in and I went and I started talking to my wife, and I look and I see you and Carlos with these huge smiles on your face, and I'm like, something's up.
I believe the word you're looking for is shit-eating grin.
Yes. And I turned, and instinctively I jumped like a schoolgirl who saw a mouse. Right in the middle of the restaurant. I don't know if I shrieked or not.
Could have been fluff.
You didn't, but you did get air. I'll give you that.
I did what?
You did get air.
Yeah. Oh, I did. I jumped.
It is
Yeah,
true.
that stuff is so gross. I didn't want it that close to me.
It could have been fluff in there. You didn't know.
Oh, I know the difference.
Part of dessert, maybe.
The problem, Eric, is you did not have much confidence and faith in our inherent goodness. You just didn't believe. Man of peace, Eric. Man of peace.
No, what I'm really disturbed about is the fact that my wife continued to go along with this and didn't try to defend me or remove it or say
Because like everyone else, she secretly hates you.
Two ideas.
secretly. No, it's not. There's no secret.
So then what's the surprise? Hashtag on brand.
I just would have expected more of her.
Expected more mayonnaise? Like
I was gonna say, like, if that's all you want, I'm sure we can arrange that.
Like, I don't know the area well. I don't know where we could have gotten to a Walmart and gotten you, a nice gallon jug.
Just down around the corner, really. It wasn't bad.
I think
I was thinking personally that I would go to a Costco and it's like, how much you got on one pallet? Like what do you got over there? I need the industrial size.
I'm thinking like we go full Magic Christian on him. Cool.
I think, listen, Eric, like I said, this is a man out in Saskatoon. We're approaching wintertime has arrived and he's got time. A lot and plan and a lot of creative imagination.
Yeah.
Very important.
You can't leave the house or you'll die.
Probably. So Ham.
Cold yet? It's only about -20. Still no snow on the ground, which is just abnormal. Like, I don't mind cold, but cold and still green
I think tonight it's like 69 here.
Yeah, Ham's out in Florida. So cold is basically summer here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm just north of the equator.
There you go. So Ham, let me ask you a question here, just so that we can kind of put a bow on what we were talking about here a little earlier. I think what you were mentioning earlier is the biggest problem is that, and it's what we talk about on the podcast. If you try to cover something up, you make what is a small item worse. If you sit there and be like, just roll through. Just honestly, if you stubbornly roll through, in a lot of ways, it works better. You probably would be better served. You know what? Just be quiet for a while and then come back later.
But at the end of the day, if you put yourself out there, somebody's going to ask the question, somebody's going to hear an answer, and somebody's going to twist it however they want. And if they put it in a show, it now creates a whole nother conflict.
Do you not pay attention to the news? I mean, 90% of our discourse is somebody said X, and now here are 27 people ready to twist X into whatever interpretation they have that serves their own interests.
That's why I never say X and I always say Y.
You can do nothing about the people who are going to be disingenuous about what you have to say.
Correct.
And especially in this hobby, it's amazing how much this has come up in recent memory with other discussions. But basically, this is a small hobby ultimately. You conduct yourself with integrity. You conduct yourself with honesty. You try to do right by people. And remember that it will get around. So one way or another, even if stories like that do get twisted around, if your reputation is one of, no, this is a straight shooter, or no, this is somebody who has conducted themselves at the highest level always, that is about the only thing you can do to mitigate that kind of nonsense.
Well, the first thing is just don't be stupid, and it should, relatively go away. That never happened. As simple as that.
The reason rule number one exists, Ham. The reason rule number one exists, Ham, is because people do not exercise. They go straight to stupid.
Sorry, Ham, did you say you're in?
Yeah, because greed always clips in, or somebody thinks they can get away with something. And God forbid you tell one other person, because that's just the death of yourself. So,
did you say you're in Florida?
Yeah, then they're like, bang.
Don't be stupid. Come on, man.
Well, listen, I'm born and raised in Florida. Everybody else that does stupid stuff in Florida, they're from somewhere else. That's not my fault.
Yeah, and that
transplants.
Yeah. And that's why we have the news game, Ohio or Florida. Right, sure.
Yeah. Look, Florida man claims that Florida man is not Florida man.
Yeah, correct.
That's the lead headline.
I mean, we're perilously close to an Onion article here.
There you go. Bob Jackson says, how did Carlos cause you to coming to the show? basically torturing Eric. That's basically the hook. Like all I gotta say is like, wait, so we get to make fun of Eric? Yeah, sign me up. Send me a link.
Yeah, that's about right. That's why Ham is here. That's why Steve is here. I truly believe that's why Bobby's here, because he still will not give me access to the app. Makes me wear the hat. Makes me hold up the sign that I had.
Can you find the sign?
Yeah, sign's right here. I'm
you.
holding it, Bobby. He says that if I wear the hat and I hold up the sign live, that
and you eat the mayonnaise.
No, he didn't mention anything about
Bobby, you didn't tell him about the mayonnaise clause. You haven't gone to the mayonnaise clause yet?
In the fine print. Don't worry.
If I hold up the sign and I wear the hat, and he makes me take pictures of myself out in public wearing the hat. I had to take pictures of me in the hat at Foxborough Stadium.
Yeah, and PWCC's in the background. Yeah. And then Fanatics in the background of the other one. I think you're double dipping on me here.
Eric, boy, are you going to be surprised when you find out Fear Factor is back and you're on the first episode.
And Joe Rogan is no longer.
it's like it turns out it's like Carlos, why are you guest hosting Fear Factor? I have a very special case tonight.
Oh yes.
I took very pictures special. Of me wearing the hat and the drive-through at CVS Pharmacy. There was I've been taking.
We don't have drive-through pharmacies here, so that was totally out.
Okay. He makes me take pictures wearing the hat of all these different places, saying that if I continue to advertise for him, he'll give me access to the app. I've seen nothing.
Yeah, it's consistency. You keep it consistent eventually.
How's the crumble cookie thing going right now?
That's how the cookie crumbles. So,
Wow,
you still got that beat up box down there?
All right, hold on. Steve slander of Eric first. Hold on, Eric, before we continue. Steve slander of Eric first, and then we continue. Go ahead.
No. I was actually just impressed with Bobby's let's call it indignity game. Like, very well done, my friend. Very well.
Look, Bobby's an old pro here. He's like,
no.
Basically, this show basically exists at this point to ridicule Eric. People don't realize that that's basically what we're here for.
No, game recognized game. Like, Bobby. Hats off, man. Well done.
Good evening. Hats on, and I'm trying to get the damn app.
Well, keep trying, Eric. Again,
get into the jar of mayonnaise. I thought you said hat for crying. Yeah,
that's all you wanted.
Hat. I don't know. Now he's wearing. You got the hat, so.
I thought he wanted an appetizer that was laced in mayo. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, and I got a side of mayo. He didn't get the appetizer.
Let's see. That's good advertisement. You should have that on a shirt.
I will be back in future episodes, mainly on the strength of beating up on Eric some more. So rest assured, Eric, you've become my new favorite chew toy. So
there you go. Somebody's got to be.
That right there is an endorsement. That's an endorsement right there.
It's an endorsement.
You're a new pet project for him. But it's like, wait, I'll just be sitting there. Wait a minute, this is an idea. Hold on.
In any event, a pleasure, gentlemen. Another time.
Have a good night. Take it easy. Yeah, we'll figure out the audio portion of it because it's a little tricky when everybody's trying to talk at the same time.
Yeah.
So we'll figure it out. Steve was new to this one, but it was fun to bring him on. I figured it would be fun to surprise Eric with another one of his fans.
Yeah, it's been on a while. You see where you can come in and you kind of figure it out.
Yeah. That's right. Stuke here. Good evening, Stuke. Who would win in a fight, Florida man or Ohio guy? What do you think, Ham? We got Florida man or Ohio guy? You sticking with your local guy, or you going to Ohio guy?
Florida man. There's way more things in Florida that'll kill you than in Ohio. It's got to be Florida.
There you go. All right. Now, what if it's cold weather? If we go to inclement weather, does Ohio guy gain an edge over Florida man?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Just making sure. We got that covered. Justin says Burrell makes Eric earn a stripe. Facts. Steve is welcome in the Eric fan club or whatever we call it. Name is the president. Facts, Bob. Facts. That's right. That's all good. It's fun. It's fun chatting with Steve, but it is tricky if you're not used to the format, trying to find the right spot to interject when everybody wants to jump in. That's okay. It was fun, and I'm glad that Steve was able to hop on and join in for a little bit there. You guys will get a chance, like I said. So now, whenever I mention Steve or Steve Angel, that's the Steve that I'm referring to. We've been friends a long time, and we have a lot of extended conversation. It's fun. the expo is good for that kind of thing. The same way that the national is for some folks where they get together in the gathering. That is the reason why you can do that kind of thing. And like I said,
I've known Steve for 20 months.
Not quite as long as I have, yes. But fair enough.
I've been interacting with him for 3 long years.
Wow,
About 20 months.
Years? Yeah, a whole 3 years. Wow.
3 long years, and it feels like eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
I
normal,
wonder how it'll feel once he gets a chance to kind of sit there and whiteboard some things for you, Eric. It'll feel a lot longer.
And hopefully he's not watching, because I don't want
he is.
ever to hear me say something nice about him, because it's just wrong. So there was a couple of times I was at his booth and he was making, and he has some unbelievable stuff. He has high-end stuff, and mostly modern hockey, but autographs, patch pieces, just really high-end stuff. And he's making big deals. And before a deal is finished, before he takes the money permanently and you take the card permanently, he sits there and you can tell he's sincere. He's not a con man. And he sits there and he says, and I'm paraphrasing, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you're happy with this deal? Take a look at the card before you walk away. Make sure the card is exactly the way you want it, because I'm not happy unless you're happy." Okay. And, he goes through this whole long speech with the person who's just handed him $200 to $500 or whatever it is. And he is 100% sincere. He does not want that card leaving the table until that person is 100% satisfied that in the deal and with the purchase. Most people want to get that money in their pocket as soon as you can and say no takesy backsies. And Steve sits there and basically holds you hostage. And I'm saying this in
In fairness, he holds you hostage. Go on.
No, I'm trying to be positive. Hold on. I'm saying that in a positive way. He holds you hostage and will not let you leave until you are 100% in making that decision and you're happy with the product you just bought. And no one else has ever done that I have watched. Not to the level he does it. And I commend him for it. I think it's great, and I think that's what brings back customers. His crazy shirts, his insane personality, but that honest businessman, sincere businessman, is what brings customers back, and he does a great job with it.
So I have 2 takeaways from that. First one is that's the first that I've ever heard a pitch for positive hostage taking. Is this what used to justify you and Marcel? That's my first thought. My second thought is basically the latter portion of it. It basically describes that if you are somebody who sets up at the expo regularly and you've been doing it for years, the reality is that repeat customers are really key to the whole thing, because you're going to have some folks that are going to be at every expo. Every 6 months there's another show, and then a same group of people come. If you consistently have the same group of people coming by, hey, what else is new, what new stuff do you have, and they come to you right away because they know you got good stuff and they know you'll work with them and they know you'll make sure you're satisfied before they leave, there's a good chance they'll come back at the next show and do business with you again. It's a long-term, you're taking a long-term view on the whole thing.
I found it quite endearing that Eric was saying, he deals in high-end cards, and then Eric goes, 200, 500. It's like, okay, that's Eric's levels of
that's that 80s high end.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say you're gonna have a little tough time getting some of the Gretzky's and some of the other stuff.
Yeah,
go to the other showcase, Eric.
I'm saying, listen, I didn't want to sit there and talk that he has $2,000, $5,000 cards or whatever.
No,
all I'm trying to say is he doesn't have a dollar box of banged up vintage. Okay, he has really nice stuff. It ranges from prices.
Eric hates vintage collectors
to thousands. He's got good stuff. All right, I'm trying to be nice, and even when I'm trying to be nice, you sons of bitches make it difficult for me. And the people, Eric, why are you always so angry? Why do you hate everybody? This is why.
Why do you positively kidnap people?
Yeah.
These are questions we have.
I don't
These are
want
questions.
to play anymore.
Bob Jackson says, did he scorch your rentals with his shirt yet? All the time. All the time.
Eric, I still
This is
haven't
it.
got my Chroma cookie ad. I'm waiting.
Mm.
I'm not in the mood to do crumble cookie right now.
My
always
stomach
a-
is a grumble. I need some crumble.
Wow. Wow. Look at you. Look at you.
He's
All right, real quick.
smiling a
I'll read a
little
couple.
bit. Might even be
I'll read a
crying.
couple of these.
No.
I'll read a
I'm
couple of
just
these.
laughing inside. I know.
Yeah. Justin says, Jeremy does that, I hear. Who's Jeremy? Trader Griff says, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Be nice, Eric. I know. Shout out to the baseball card Jesus on the panel. Jesus. You've been appreciated. You've been seen. Perfect. So yeah,
Jay
I
is
think
silent.
what was that?
Said the J is silent. It's Jesus.
Ooh, Jesus. Look at you. But I think what's going to be, I think the bottom line though with that is that Steve, when I reference him talking about the expo, he's one of those guys who has all the different price ranges covered, and he has no trouble moving inventory. And part of that is the repeat customers, and part of it is that you have to be willing to move on pricing. If you do those two things, crazy enough, you can move inventory. Cards will come, cards will move around, money will come in, and you'll keep shuffling things around. So down the road, if we get a chance, I'll try to bring him on. It'll probably be easier. He's always welcome to come on one of these, but it'll probably be easier to do one of those one-on-one conversations where we talk about it because he has a ton of experience setting up at those shows, a ton. So it's one of those things where we can talk through a lot of the intricacies of the way he does his business there, because again, it is our biggest show. And it's not dissimilar to what a lot of the longtime national guys will do. The concept's the same if you're successful. If you're not, but he's a collector. It's not his full-time job. He's got a day job, and this is something he does on the side, and he's still able to do it successfully whenever he decides to set up for it. So let me scroll through.
All right, I got a question. I got a question for y'all. Y'all are the hockey guys. I'm
Go
down
ahead.
here in hot Florida. We got a good team though. But what is your perception of Bedard at this point? First thing, and the second thing, the SSP Bedard out of Upper Deck. Where do you think that's
only an
going to
SP, but sure.
Once his Young Guns comes out, basically?
Yeah, no, Eric, that part I think is a given, but I think we can be a little bit more specific. So, first of all, I think he's a good young player. I think he's done very well. He's actually been scoring pretty well, all things considered, for goals. He's 18. So my expectations aren't, I don't need him to go out there and get 100 points. I'm not worried about him scoring 50 goals or 100 points, but he's doing very well considering, and also the team sucks. So in all honesty, like the factor's not like there to him rack up a ton, but despite that, he's still performing very well. So I've actually been very impressed with what I've seen, given what he actually has around him. So that bodes well for them in the future. So we'll have to see if that works out for them. That card, I think, is available enough that obviously when the Young Gun comes out and those cards start coming out, it will drop. But I still think it'll be like $100, $200 card once the market really settles in on it, which means the collectors that want it are going to be able to get a very reasonable price. And I still think it's a nice card for the people that want to collect Bedard down the road because it's one of the first key cards for him in uniform, recognizing the draft. So it's still a good card, but it's obviously not going to be his hottest card. Once the Young Gun comes out, that's going to surpass it. The SP Authentic Future Watch, that's going to surpass it. The Cup is going to be crazy. All that stuff is going to be nuts once it comes out. But I think it's still a cool card for a collector. And at $100 or $200, I still think that's solid. That's a good, solid card for folks down the road.
Now, what do you with the way he's playing? Because obviously the hype is now being validated. When the young Guns 1 of 1 gets pulled, what does that sell for? I originally said it's $1 million card, and people kind of laughed at that. But at this point, I don't see that not being true.
I just don't know who's the here's how I'll qualify it. I think if David Adams comes out with some kind of a really high bounty or something, I could see them doing something like that. If they do that, that's obviously going to elevate the number. If you just put it in open auction and let all the biggest hockey collectors bid on it, I don't think it gets that high. 6 figures, sure. But I just don't see because it's a lot of money. $1 million in hockey is very rare. We don't have, even at the height, the Gretzky, I think the Gretzky 10, I think was one that did that a couple of times, but it's got to be exact right card. If an Or 10 was out there, like a real Or 10, that would get me up there with the vintage.
Outside of that Young Guns 1 of 1, is there another 1 of 1 that will trump it?
The only one that would potentially have, if it had existed the same way, would have been the McDavid. Like a McDavid 1 of 1 would definitely be up there. I'm trying to remember, Eric. I have to double check.
I just don't think we have anything comparable to even try and put it up against at this point when you're talking about something that's a 1 of 1. It's going to be the first time they do it. It's of potentially, possibly a future next great star. And people love hype and they love lore and they love to chase, and they got a bunch of money to spend. And if you get two people that just are like, I got to have this, I believe this, like, what would be stopping it?
You can buy a full
The
run
second
from
bidder.
1910
The second
to
bidder.
1990.
I agree.
Just because,
I
just
mean, I
because
think the card goes to big auction anyway. At this point, I don't care what David Adams tries to give you for it. I think that bypasses. This is a card that should bypass that, unless it's.
I think what it'll come down to is if for your scenario to play out. So let me give you the scenario where your possibility could play out. Your scenario will play out if a non-hockey guy is right up there at the end of the bidding, because if hockey guys are in it, it doesn't get anywhere close to that number. And it's not because they can't potentially afford it. They're not going to value it like that. And it's in an auction. It doesn't matter what the first guy was willing to bid. He could have been willing to bid $10 million. It's what the second guy was willing to bid. And if the second guy doesn't get anywhere up to that level, it's going to be one increment above the second guy. So the question is going to be like, who's the second or third bidder that pushes the action to get it to that number? And unless non-hockey guys enter in as a play and they say to themselves, oh, this is the new hotness in hockey. A Jordan would cost me this much. A crazy LeBron would cost me this much. So for me, it's relative peanuts. I'll give it a go. I'll throw 7 figures at this. What the hell? That's the scenario where your thing plays out.
But then you got the 1 or 2 percenters, the whole hobby.
It's not even. It's the 1%ers of the 1%ers. It's the people that literally are willing to throw 7 figures.
In that sense, what part of the hobby is that? It's not. It's investing, is what they're doing. I don't think.
Correct. I don't think. I think if somebody was buying it for an investing purpose, I think you'd see a fractional company buy it personally, or somebody.
Are they still
using
around?
Well, they were still active. They're kind of gone now.
But there are big companies that have mantles and stuff in a portfolio that they use like an index fund.
Sure.
That they procure things of high value that go up, and these things are part of that index fund that they use. And it's not necessarily how they were portraying everything that they were trying to push into the hobby that ended up failing. It's a completely separate group. People that buy millions of dollars of arts and stuff, they have a procurement of all these rich assets that you kind of buy into as a group and get percents as things sell over time.
Yeah, no, I get it. But look, we can't reveal all of Eric's plans. He wants to do, when he gets his consortium together for the Bedard and bids 50 million on it, we can't talk about that yet. Like,
I mean,
he's
just
still
think
working
about
on
it. That's Eric's bathroom. Imagine what the rest of his house looks like.
I know, exactly. It's a palatial estate. So here's a question to put out. You guys been buying or selling on Whatnot at all? I've been getting some solid deals on there. Thoughts on the platform? So I have actually tried Whatnot a little bit as a buyer. So Ham, have you tried it at all? So I'm probably the only person here who's even tried it.
I'm a chase the rip the pack open type guy. So like when I just see cards and I see all the guys that come to the shows and just buy for their Whatnot, I'm just like, that just really doesn't interest me. Like, that's not my target. It doesn't make me excited. I'm a thrill of the hunt guy, not put it in front of me and let me try and fight somebody else for it. That rarely ever happens for me.
Yeah.
For instance.
Now you can. I can tell you that from my experiences on it, you can definitely buy and sell because it's an auction. It's a live auction, but the reality is you can also do singles. Obviously, for box breaks, it makes a lot of sense for them to do that. That's a format for sure that works out. They're really promoting and pushing that heavily, the box breaks element of it. But you can also have somebody on there. And by the way, it's not just sports cards. We always think about sports cards, but I watch some reseller YouTube channels and stuff, and they sell clothes and they sell shoes. And like, it's an auction platform when you set it up that way. And you can do these quick auctions, boom, snap, and then people pay and ship off the thing.
It's like OnlyFans. It's not for one thing.
Ooh, there you go. Well, Erickson and he is fully up and operating when he buys the Bedard card.
Yeah.
Well, how do you think Eric's going to fund the Bedard card? This is part of the overall portfolio of companies he's going to need to have lined up.
Are you trying to tell me Eric currently is dual streaming?
He's quad streaming, Ham. He's on formats that literally only he
I
knows
see
about.
2 screens in his glasses, so I can understand it at least.
And Clubhouse.
I do have my only fans account, and right now I have let me see, two subscribers.
You're yourself and your burner, yeah.
One is
Let me
my,
guess. What's
one
the
is
name of
my
your channel?
wife.
This Little Piggy, and it's about toes.
Look, if you go to the OnlyFans, that's where you find out that Eric is actually not as opposed to mayonnaise as he claims.
Oh, that's just,
What he does with mayonnaise may horrify you. I'd rather not
Right.
discuss it any further. Let's leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that.
Good God.
The Mayo things he does for money. It's amazing.
Wow, Bobby. Wow.
Dukes or Hellmans?
Justin says, my guess would be 325 on the 1 of 1. Fair enough. Yeah. So, like I said, I don't want to discount the possibility, Ham's possibility out of hand, but I wanted to make sure I laid out the scenario. For that to happen, I think that's going to be a piece of that. It has to be people outside of the normal that would normally be involved in those. That's where you would potentially pull
And
some
I think
additional funds.
the perfect example of this is the Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings card. I originally said that was $1 million card. It sold for more than $1 million. Because I think these super rich or these weird collector people that have the money that have now gotten kind of into the hobby for things, knowing that there's another piece to this that they can now use as an investment, find
Bitcoin
it valid
guys,
to spend that type of money that they never would have spent prior. So you get these out of the woodwork type people that come out of nowhere with all this money that they don't care about, willing to be like, oh, this will be fun. Literally, that's it.
And meanwhile, they could buy up the whole run of the hockey from 1910 right up. Or one of one that they manufactured. A manufactured scarcity, I call it. And it doesn't do much.
Oh,
for
no,
me.
100%. You're right about that.
No, it's not my thing.
Makes sense. So just kind of close off Trader Griff's question. I have used it. I think the platform is decent for what it is. It's not going to work for a lot of stuff. It really isn't. I think you need, as a seller, you need to have a decent following. That's basically your only way. Like if you got a decent following of folks that'll pop in and regularly patronize it, then that gives you a chance because it helps some of those resellers who already have a following elsewhere. That's how they were able to, and they can be successful because of that. But even then, it doesn't mean everything's going to sell for what you expected. So in the same vein, if we talked about earlier tonight about the private sales, I would not consider whatnot auction sales to be a useful comp either, because it's these very short format sales. What if you've got no following? You could have the greatest card in the world, but if only 3 people are watching, they're the only ones who can bid. It completely throws the whole numbering out of whack. It doesn't make any sense.
So I know probably like 6 or 7 guys that do whatnots that are always at the shows, and I'm always like, how do you do what's selling? It's usually a genre thing. Honestly, the most time right now it's football more than anything. But they're like, I do good, but it's you do poorly on this card, good on this card. Poor at the end of the day, you do well. But the biggest problem I come on with that is trying to find the guy that's buying the stuff that I would want to buy that he's trying to sell to me. That's the hard part. So if the guy's name was 90s Inserts, I'd be down to watch that. I'd love it. But these guys just buy random stuff across the board because it's whatever's available at a show, in a bargain box, a $5 box, a $10 box, and then they can make a little money on. And to try and figure out which guy you have to follow constantly to possibly get something you enjoy, it's miserable. It's miserable. It's just not fun. So even from a pack standpoint of opening stuff, when they're doing all their breaks by team and you have to get in and they're waiting for everybody to pay, I like the ones that it's like, hey, next pack, here's the auction, it's going up, and you win. Oh, let's open a pack right now. And we're going through a box. I like that format more than anything because you're really hunting something and you're starting to limit odds when you notice, there's 3 autos in this box. We've been through 5 packs and there's no autos yet. The packs start going up because it's getting more exciting. That's fun to me. That's exciting from the gambling aspect of chasing stuff.
Fixed?
I get behind that.
Ooh, scandalous. Yeah, but you're always going to get the question. But one other point that kind of plays to what Ham is saying, though, is because of that, there's no discovery. Whereas I can go on eBay, I can type in a search, maybe somebody mistypes it. They do a typo. But if it's a common typo and I know about it, I can type that in and there's still a possibility for me to find it. Random whatnot streams is like, okay, so unless the person does theme it, if they say, hey, we're going to do Wayne Gretzky inserts this show. Everything is Wayne Gretzky inserts. You can be like, okay, great. If I'm a collector, maybe there's a chance I find something that interests me. I know exactly what I'm doing going in. We're good to go. But otherwise, it's like, yeah, we're going to do this one, and then we're going to do this, and then it's going to be this other thing. And Jason here, Cards and Comics, touches on it correctly. Why not as an online garage sale? You can't find anything specific, and the one good card is sometimes it's part of a repack. It's true. You're not wrong. Like any of these live auction formats, there is a thing you can do. It is possible to succeed, but you've got to have either a big audience or you got a very clear themes that draw a specific audience that is looking for a certain thing. And if they know they can get that from you, then at least you've got a shot of inducing some action to your bids.
I do see that there's a separation now with eBay used to be the main hub. Now we have Whatnot. Now auction companies are running 4 or 5 auctions where they used to run 2 a year. Now they're doing 4 or 5. You have
eBay Live and eBay Live as well. eBay's got its own live format as well.
Yeah. So you have all these different places and we can't be everywhere at once. We're not watching the podcast as much as we once did. So we have sort of the residue of the leftovers of all these different formats and all the different auction companies coming in, and it's separating the person. Like, you don't know where to go. Do I go to high bid? Do I go over here? Everybody's missing something. Where before eBay, it was like 500 watchers, 600 bids. It was crazy. Now we've come down to, you get 3 watchers and hopefully get 5 bids, right? Kind of thing. It's just funny how it all changed. But it is, everybody's kind of vying for everybody's dollar right now. Whatnot, Golden, Classic, eBay.
Trader Griffso is also touching on the key piece. As a buyer, it can be good. It is needle. So the first thing we're talking about is needle in a haystack. It is needle in a haystack. Now, if you can find the thing and there aren't a lot of viewers, then yeah, you can pick up some amazing. As a seller, though, that sucks, obviously. Now, you have enough of those sales where you get demolished. Eventually, that's going to discourage you and take you off the platform because, like, why would you go to a platform where you're just going to sell stuff for a fraction of a fraction? Again, it won't be representative of the full market if people can find you. And that's kind of the important piece. Golden and PWCC weekly auction hurting prices, actually, for a lot of stuff they can. Yeah.
It's too often is why.
Yeah.
It's just too often. And they're just doing any and everything because they're just making whatever percent they can.
They're making less and less, Mike, because they keep on going at each other. Everybody's
but the whole point is somebody else is facilitating them a card for them to make money, so they don't care. They're still making money. It's like eBay. We have all our problems with it, but at the end of the day, people still put stuff on there. It's the same thing. They're still making money. They don't care.
And sometimes they put the same high grade card, like 2 or 3 of them on at once. It's like, what are you guys doing? You're hurting the consignor.
Well, they're hurting themselves at the same time. But it's just like, it's just, you want to start playing with comps and be like, oh, PWCC, so down. Don't worry about eBay last week.
Yeah,
well, I think it's fair.
I think that good deals on PWCC right now. Carlos, you got some deals at the past, and
like in the early days, especially in the early days, it played off like Trader Griff's. What he was saying is that because people shied away from the early auctions in particular, and even when they were first starting, people were shying away. And because they shied away, the amount of bidders in the pool was less. And the format was also different than what people are used to on eBay because you have to put in the bid in order to be into the extended bidding. That they got rid of that. And now all of a sudden you lose the strategic advantage of being like, just put a bid just to be in position to be able to access it. Because if somebody missed that and they show up at extended bidding, they can't bid even if they wanted to. They can't come over the top of you. Well, now they can. They can bid whenever. So right now that advantage is lost.
I think people nestle into their niche of what they find. Oh, I like this guy. I follow him. I do this and that and this, and that's it. And everybody has that. And there's a little overlay on a lot of different ones, but there's no one big one other than basically eBay. Really, I think they're still the top. But honestly, the stuff that's going out is just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. True. Griffs here says I've been making some money flipping on PWCC. I think you can make money on any platform if you're in at the right price. I think that's really like the platform matters less than what did you get it at and what do you actually end up getting. The profit margin is what it is. If you were able to buy something effectively for nothing, well, then you get a couple of bucks, then you made a couple of bucks. But obviously, if you'd like to do more, you want as many eyeballs as possible, and eBay still has the eyeballs for a lot of the stuff.
Oh yeah.
So good evening, Dom. Evening, gentlemen. It's been a few weeks since we'll catch one live. Hope all is well. We're doing well. Hope all is well with you. Extended bidding is crazy. Absolutely. Hey, Dom. Thank you, Stu. But yeah,
I forgot to mention ComC. ComC's another one too. That's really good.
Yeah, and I also wouldn't consider their comps either. Although it would be a good data point. It'd be kind of cool. I still like to see.
Yeah, you can't.
But I have to treat it as its own beast too. That's what I mean. Like anytime you change the formatting, even if again now with ComC, the sale is completed. That's an important factor. Like at least the item sold and change hands at whatever it is, you can't play a lot of the normal shenanigans. So that's good. So at least from that perspective, it's good. But
You
it's
can't
not.
retract your bid.
No,
I
no
need
takesy
therapy
backsies.
now. I need
Yeah,
therapy
exactly.
for
No
that.
takesy backsies on that one. But it's like, but at the same time though, the amount of people on the platform, how they approach the pricing and everything, how that works out changes it. And also a lot of times, a lot of folks are using store credit. So that changes how they decide to treat and how they work with their math, because some people don't want to put store credit on it. So those buyers are suddenly out of the pool. You can put it on eBay and then make it that way, turn it into a consignment thing if you want to, but that's different. Some people don't. So that's kind of how that plays out. But a lot of it's buy it nows. And how do you treat that compared to an auction, compared to the other ways that you do it?
Mhm.
So that's the thing. Every time you add a layer to it, you change the dynamics of it. I wouldn't want to try. Well, the irony is that as we've gotten more complicated, I rely on comps less. A lot of times it's like, no, just give me a ballpark of where it's been a little less, a little bit. I can usually kind of work it out from there. I don't need 550 data points just to come up with a figure. Like, what am I comfortable paying?
Mhm.
And I do that all the time with new products. Like if a new product comes out, we don't have comps really. If you're first to market, or you're one of the first to market, and you know the item is relatively rare, what are you willing to pay for it? That is the question. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Maybe you went high. Maybe you should have waited for the second one, and it would have been a lot lower. And sometimes people don't pay attention, don't realize it. So it can work both ways to you. It can be way high or way low.
Usually, the second price is usually the key.
Generally speaking, yeah, I would say so. If it's not as good as PWCC, if you're looking for deals, yes, especially when less people are into it. PSA Canada, good evening. Good evening,
No.
Brad. Good evening, fellas. Minus Eric.
From wonderful. Like this day couldn't get any worse. All right, whatever.
All right.
Do I need to bring more people from the jury?
Maybe. I
Are
forgot
any
to
of
add in
y'all
all the
looking
shows that are going
forward
on
to
as
any?
well, right?
All right, hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Ham.
you're good.
Yeah, go ahead, Ham.
I said, are any of y'all looking forward to any new product coming out in the next month?
No. Sorry.
I'm picking up I'm the wrestling guy, so I'm picking up the AEW
I know.
Allure. I'm enjoying that stuff. I've actually been picking up a couple pieces here and there. A lot of it though is I'll pick and choose little things there because I've got my player collections. So I'll usually look at the checklist and go, all right, what do you got? There was some new stuff from Medano and some of the new stuff that came out, but it's a little bit here and there. It's just pick and choose, be picky. Mostly going back to the archive. For me, it's like finding the old stuff that's sitting on the checklist. I got the Upper Deck exclusive out of 100, but that's from 08, 09. So, go in the archives, find stuff that's missing on the checklist and scratch those off. A lot of these are a little tricky to come by. They've dried up. So you try to find them where you can, but if you grab one, price is reasonable. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you.
Yeah,
What I was
I
trying to
find
get
it
in was
interesting
there's a
with
lot
the
of
way
shows too.
we have each sport right now. We have, or let's say almost each sport. We have Bedard in hockey for sure.
Yep.
We have women Yama in basketball. We have CJ Stroud in football.
Mhm.
And those three are basically fueling the entire set of each hobby for the most part, especially for newer product. Hockey's obviously very far behind. Basketball is really weird right now, and football is technically behind as well. So
let me ask you a question though.
Like,
let me play into what you're saying though. Let me ask you a question. Let's use football as an example because we've seen this dynamic play out before. But there's a very specific thing that I'm curious about, and I'll take your take first, Ham, and then I'll do my quick refill here. CJ Stroud, obviously playing well. Young rookie, people are excited and everything. There's just not a lot of cards available though. The stuff you've got available is like a lot of Leaf, some college stuff. Tops Now stuff where they'll make up stuff as we go.
Now is where it's at right now. And that's teaching people a lesson, but I think that's only going to happen for this last year because once Fanatics fully takes over, that's just in the wind type stuff. Prism's dropping, I think, December 23rd or 4th, which is going to be a big deal. The product actually looks really good. I'm very surprised at how nice the product and inserts looked.
But my recollection is they don't have Stroud autos. They're going to have the card, but not the autos.
Yeah, but a gold Stroud number to 10 doesn't have to be auto to be worth a living crap.
I get it. No, but I get it. But my question is, do you think how do you feel like it's modified things where we were in a situation where the rookie started taking off, people were seeing the performance. This is what you're looking for. This is what you want to see. But we were in a unique situation where the supply was low because we simply didn't have a lot of viable options, especially if you wanted something that actually was, with logos or something that wasn't like a leaf card or something. How do you think
I
that's
mean,
played into the weird dynamic? And I'll come right back.
It is a weird dynamic, and it's definitely get it now, hold on a little bit, maybe move out, come back in. But we're at the point now that these cards are all going to be trumped by something else later. We don't know what Fanatics is getting ready to do with all of this. They could start releasing some crazy product. I'm assuming they're going to be really quiet with something, and then all of a sudden come out with something, even if it's very much like a Topps now, where they have the autographs that they can get from these players. It'll all be on card. It'll be on some super really nice thick card that looks good with a bunch of foil on it. And when that first one comes out that's that level, it's going to trump everything else. It's going to be the new thing, more than anything. But I mean, right now they're still letting Panini hold on to a lot of market share in the hobby because they're not moving quick enough in order to get out in front of them to knock them down. So I see, something happening very soon, possibly in December as well. If not at the beginning of January, you're going to see a really heavy push for Fanatics to use Topps more than likely as their catalyst to bring stuff to light that we haven't seen. And it's really, really going to take, I think, everybody and bring them back into these forms of the hobby more than they did before, especially since it's going to be new product you can chase live. That's going to be a very, very big deal, even if it's limited.
Now, question for you. Does any of that, as a person who does collect football, does any of that excite you? Either from at least, anything in particular, Prism or anything else? Or
like I said, I really like what the Prism looks like right now. It does look good. I like the inserts, what they've done with them this year. I like what Topps done too with some of their harder to get case hits and stuff like that. They're exciting, good looking cards. I just hate, I'm over downtowns at this point. I'm over kabooms. They don't use enough different players. I wish they scattered them like they did from the beginning through multiple sets to make it a bigger chase for one set that is scattered against 5 different sets. That's exciting. That makes a set builder. That makes something fun to go after. But every year having a Mahomes, every year having a Brady, he doesn't even play anymore. Give me some other guys on the teams. There's other good players. Sprinkle the other guys in there and make them maybe easier to hit. Just to be like, ooh, look what I found. At retail, yay, I'm happy. I don't think they do enough of that to really get everybody consumed in it and really ramp it back up again. Like, they're not feeding the dragon is what they're not doing. They're just trying to play, breakers are my everything. This is what I need. The hobby still relies on the low end product. And that's why, when Prism comes out, you're going to be in a stupid hobby box, which will probably be $1,000. And then you're going to have a blaster box at $35. Well, what do you think is probably going to move the quickest? A blaster box at $35. Because people can get into it easily. Because you're not going to even get into a break for $35 at the worst team, because you have a chance at some random gold colored wave thing that they're going to put out in some H2O product or some shit. It just, they're pulling it 2 different directions on the same rope, but they never know which side's going to pull the hardest. And it's always going to be the low end when the top's way at the top. The gap's too big. When the gap's small, it scatters like most Topps product. It gets scattered in between. But when you start getting product that it's $1,000 or $35 and there's really no in between, everybody's going to go low.
Well, the in between doesn't make any sense either, Mike, because we had someone open up a box of hockey the other day. I think it was, I forget exactly what it was, and I apologize. But
you don't remember what you opened?
No, I opened it. It was $132. $132 for the box. There's 6 cards in it.
Okay. How many autos?
There was 1.
Why don't they just put the $132 and buy the auto?
Yeah. So
because the gambling nature is in there. That's why.
The only card that was of a player that you'd get excited about is Leon Draisaitl. It was out of 500 and something, and the going rate on comps is $3.
Well, I happen to know there was a private sale for $35,000.
There you go. Enough said.
Well,
very private.
Very private. Super private.
Middle Earth.
And again,
Only
John,
available on
man,
Eric's
I
OnlyFans.
I know I'm always the negative guy, and I know I'm always
What?
against the new
What are you
stuff.
talking about?
But when you have the cup, and that's $1,200, and you open it and there's nothing in there, or you have $132 for 6 cards and there's nothing in there. The third, like Mike is saying, the 35 pillar of it's me. The $35 box, which has a plethora more cards to open. You at least feel like you're getting your money's worth.
Yeah.
And you also don't set yourself up of these impossible dreams that you're going to pull something that you can now buy a new house with.
everybody does. Are you kidding?
Yeah, but those are all going to very specific breakers, like we already know, the loaded boxes.
Yeah.
They know where all the product is. They've known for a long time. Anytime, if you go back early 2000s, there's boxes that are serial numbered. If you're telling me those are serial numbered just because we're going to serial number them to the last box and we're not going to keep an inventory sheet of what's going and where, no, that's not how a company is going to operate. They're going to know. Back then, especially, they knew what they were doing. There had to be somebody at Pacific that said, "Hey, box 697, there's a big hit in there." They knew it because they could go to a sheet on a little Word document and it told them what was in that box because it was planned out. All this stuff is data calculated. It's all numbers. At the end of the day, 6 base cards, insert. 6 base cards, insert. It's the same.
I have no problem with what you're saying, Ham, but just be careful with the Pacific one because Kramer came out with his book recently, and the more he talks, the more I'm convinced he just made up shit as he went along. I don't think he has any damn clue.
I was using them because it was simple at the time.
No, I understand. I said
Pacific did things nobody else was doing.
I agree, but I also think I'm convinced you could show him something after that. Go, we did that shit. And you go, it's your company, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Listen, I still
think
find
you put those in boxes
inserts I've never seen before.
Look, I think there are Pacific inserts that Mike Kramer hasn't seen before. All right, I'm convinced that, and that's part of the problem. Is like we're relying on your memory, sir, and I'm not sure your record keeping was tight. But I do want to make.
I'd love to have my own card company, and I look at a company like Gas, for instance, which is a small company, does very specific cards, but half of that stuff I look at and go, why the hell are you making this? Like, you're spending time and money on this and expecting people to pay for this, and it's a picture of fried chicken? Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Just
Gary
give me
V did it.
Anything else.
Gary V did it.
If you had a set that was
Gary V's got a massive following he brings into things, and that's where he makes his money. Listen, if you get big enough on something, the train follows you no matter where you go. And the money follows because they just want to be a part of what you are doing because they like you.
There's Poopy Pony. We're still waiting on that trademark.
Here's my Poopy Pony right back at you, buddy.
Ooh, Brett Favre. I appreciate it.
Signaling a touchdown, or is he asking for the ball?
Yes.
I think he got sacked and they took the guy away from his belly there.
Look, the man is trying to fly.
They don't make McFarlane figures like they used to.
No, they had to bring them back, and they're not the same. Yeah. Now, I do want to make note, though. I want to make emphasis on what Eric was doing a couple minutes ago as a pillar of positivity. He was trying to ground us. Yeah. Well, that's after. First, he was trying to ground us. He was trying to calm everybody down, get them settled in, and really trying to take care of a void that is now in the marketplace. So I kind of want to introduce this. We already talked about his OnlyFans, so we'll ignore that for now. But Eric is slowly branching out into other elements of the hobby sphere. And I want to introduce tonight, brand new show, the brand new Sports Card Therapist show. Now that there is a void in the marketplace, there is a brand new one from Eric Wade, sponsored by Beckett and Hellman's. So we want to thank Hellman's and Beckett for sponsoring the show, 2 of his favorite companies in the entire world. And Eric will be there to give us his dulcet tones as he tries to calm the marketplace down and tries to get us all settled. Like, again, now that we have a void. We don't have a sports card therapist anymore. The other guy had disappeared somewhere. I think he's off on an island, a secret underwater base or something. I don't know. But now the world cries out for a new hero, and here we go. And unfortunately, all we got is Eric. So that's about it.
What's your slogan, Eric?
I just want to know which one of the 2 idiots I'm going to slap.
Every single time, Eric, one of the rules talks about Photoshop.
Not me.
It's the slogan, it's so dreamy, it's creamy.
Maybe.
Wow. I think that was for his OnlyFans. we're back. It all circles back around, and it only gets worse the longer we continue on. It just circles back.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got 3 subscribers now.
All right.
This isn't water, by the way.
Clearly. All right, real quick. I'll read this comment here. Jason says, Downtowns are the laziest cards in the world. And the manga cards are horrid. Fair enough. Thank you, Jason. Paul says, Kramer's Choice inserts were sweet. Yeah, the Kramer's Choice inserts were good. Those are good. Yannick here. Good evening, Yannick.
Yeah. Now I know who to slap.
Total coincidence that he would suddenly appear after I
not
showed
a
that
total
graphic.
coincidence. Right there.
No, I know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna rip his beard off.
It was a coinky dink, man.
He's French Canadian. He's gonna slap you and then douse you in poutine. You're gonna get it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
He's gonna need to ride his bike further away. I think he's gonna need to be running. He's gonna be running once he angers Yannick, and that's it. He's done. It's over. I'll take Yannick in that battle.
So, real quick, if y'all could have a
No.
dream product made, what would that product be?
Well, my dream product is supposed to be coming out soon.
SP Signature Legends 2, The Revenge.
Yes.
Hellman's Manning's made
More
for
Hell
all
Gill. More Hell Gill.
Bruins
Depends,
Superstar
part 3?
Hell Gill Legend. So, and earlier, I think it was you, Mike, that asked, what are you looking, something that you're looking forward to coming out soon? And Upper Deck is putting out a Bruins Centennial set. This is the 100 years anniversary of the Boston Bruins. There's a lot. Shut up, Bobby.
Sorry.
There's a lot of different
Been
events
alive
that
that
are happening. This so far this season, there's more planned coming. And one of the things that Upper Deck has done is they've called on experts in the hobby and Bruins fans, such as myself.
I'm glad that you separated it. Experts in the hobby and Bruins fans, because ne'er the two shall meet. Go on.
And it's supposed to be coming out, soon, because you don't want it to come out at the end of the season or next year. You want
soon,
it to
like
come
your
out.
impending doom, or soon,
It sounds
like
like most product right now.
So I am very much looking forward to it. It's going to be all Bruins. It's going to have, the legends of the team and fan favorites, and hopefully, and it's going to be the first product I buy since the 90s. It's going to be the first wax I rip, box I buy, box I rip. So I'm looking forward to it.
So how do you feel about the 500 card Joe Thornton base set? Do you think that was too much?
Throw it
Too
all
much
in
Joe
the
Thornton?
trash. I'll throw it all in the trash.
It's too bad the cup name was taken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Awful.
But
So that's his answer. Him.
Quest for the cup. Sorry.
Exactly. Yeah, that one was taken too. And that one brings us back to Pacific. We're back. Probably Kramer doesn't know he made that set too.
Maybe.
Like I said, I enjoy that to him. Anytime someone explains one of the sets or a parallel or something, it's almost a revelation. He goes, yes. It's like, you don't remember making that, do you? You have no idea what's going on over there.
Well, what's
He's
going
like,
to happen?
we make cards now? He's like, yes. What 20 years ago you did. 20 years ago you did, buddy.
I know in 2027, I think the Leafs are going to do another 100 years. Because it was 1927 when they came in. Like, obviously, Boston was in before Toronto Maple Leafs. So, but, we had the, St. Pat's, and then we had the arenas prior to that. So I think the Toronto Maple Leafs history really is 100 years only from 1927 up. So 26, 27. So I think they're going to do another 100-year, sell some more jerseys or something. Fanatics.
I was going to say, you might as well take the second centennial if you can steal it. Why not be, just be cheap about it. Okay, so let me touch on this one here, Bobby, and then if you want, you can touch on his question. So my favorite products was that late 90s period. I liked elements of it. It'd be tricky to use a lot of it now, but I think some of it you can. So I'll give you a couple of examples and kind of splice them together to make a product that I would like. I like tiered base sets. I enjoyed when they used to do those, but it's about how you do them. You don't want to overdo it, not overcook it. In 96, 97, Black Diamond, because I like Black Diamond early iteration Black Diamond, not the later version. They still exist, but it's not the same. Early Black Diamond, I thought did a good job with the tiered base set because you had the single diamond, double diamond, triple diamond, which is reasonable enough, that people can get their head around that. That's straightforward. And then as you went up, the best. So Gretzky would be in the triple diamond. Makes total sense. There would be a couple of good rookies that would make it into triple diamond. That would make sense. And that automatically gives you a short print, but it wasn't so crazy short print that it was impossible. So there you go. For a base set standpoint, it gave somebody to chase. I think the first 90 cards were single diamond, straightforward enough. Double diamond is a little tougher. Triple diamond is a little tougher than that. There you go. You can still build a set. And then you had the parallel version, which were gold. That's straightforward enough. People can get their head around that. The triple diamond golds were limited to 50. So that's tough enough to make it interesting for you, but not so crazy that it's wacky. But you didn't need 47 parallels. It's a nice looking set, challenging enough to do it. And you still had a chase with the rookies, a chase with the veterans, and a parallel version that you could chase. There you go. Put some other nice inserts intermingled in between. That's where you had Run for the Cup and some of these other nice ones that still hold up to this day. The hockey collectors still chase those, and they go for a premium because they were tough to pull. It just borrow the idea, just call it something else and then design it in a nice way. But literally you could rip off the same design and do it over and over and over and over again. You don't have to keep redoing, but just change the design, update it, get it freshened up to the current day and just do it again. It's not that hard, but they kept changing the format every year. That year, that was the first year. And then by the second year, they'd already changed the format. So I was like, guys, at least give it a couple of years before you start mucking about the format over and over again. Rumor has it there's still some top spec variations on Gnome and Mankind. Probably with the sheer number, yes. Especially that first year was particularly bad. So, Bobby, if you could design a product that would appeal to you, combination of the old, combination of the new, whatever, is how would you create that, or how would you define it? Were you in 72? There you go. I like that he was using the hobby. That was the Insider's Edge, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So just to give some folks some context, that was a short-lived magazine that
Very
was
short-lived.
produced.
Well, this is volume 2, number 6, 2009.
Yeah. That was produced from the message board that I was talking about earlier.
It's all the cup.
Color photos and everything.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was actually really nicely done. So that was for the message board that I'm talking
Jeremy
about.
Lee take those pictures?
Mm-hmm.
He might have actually, because I think the first year, look, he's responsible for a lot of things that are worthy of my mockery. A lot of, like, I mean, a lot. Like I could have a 5-hour show just on that. But I think this is before he actually owned it. The Insider Edge was before when he was the previous owner. But I'm sure the pictures were supplied by that because it was either the first year or the second year of the cup that he did that or took that on. So he probably could have provided the images, but it was a nice looking magazine. You can see like they use decent stock paper.
That's high quality right there. I mean, that's not cutting corners.
Yeah, but you can see why it didn't last long. You're not going to be able to sell enough of those to make your money back.
Yeah.
That was back when subscription base was a very big deal.
Oh yeah, the top 10 lists, rookie edition. That's by Jeremy Lee. Huh, really?
Ooh, never heard of that guy.
Huh, I don't know. This was it was getting tough for magazines. I think right about this time the Canadian Sports Magazine was running out of business actually at that point, and there wasn't really much except Beckett was sort of still left out there, and they're still left here today. So whatever they're doing now, I would do more of a retro set. I really do like that. Taking something from the old. Actually, you know what I really liked? I like that Parker's when they did the Missing Link and the Tall Boys. I thought that was kind of interesting and fun. You know, anything.
Would you bring back the gum? Would you bring back the gum like they did with Heritage that first year?
I love the gum. Everybody says they don't, but I do. I always enjoyed it. So
I thought
it was pretty good.
I thought the first year Heritage, where they actually packaged the gum individually, I think that worked. That was fine because the gum itself, if you were eating it at the time, it's fine. It wasn't amazing, but it was better. To me, it was better than the OG because I never liked the OG with the powder. It was didn't work.
Why did Topps never do Big League Chew in a pack?
What? Yeah, they did.
Like Big League Chew that shredded?
Oh, the shredded stuff.
Yeah.
Why they didn't do it in a pack?
Yeah.
I think you would have had to put a pack inside a pack, and in those days, I don't think they would.
No, correct. But I mean, first of all, I don't know if you ever had Big League Chew. It's fantastic. I don't really even chew gum, but I mean, and it has multiple flavors. Mm-hmm. That would make it very enticing. And if you had a little pack with 4 shreds in it, it's more than enough gum. It's a stick of gum basically that's shredded. I think it would be a good, easy selling point. It gives you nostalgia, and it's not like nasty gum to begin with.
Would you accept it if they had done it? Let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say it's from the company themselves. Would you have accepted it if they had done it in the format of like a holiday pack? Did a thing
I
where,
would
hey,
have
some
loved
packs
it
of
if the pack was in a pack of actual Big League Chew, and you get a pack in that with the gum.
Okay.
Oh,
Think
So
about
you
it
really
being
want the
done
gum in with the cards. You want the gum in with the cards.
It just forces you to buy two things at one time. You're
Okay.
just partnering with somebody for an advertising thing, but it's fun at the same time. Think about it, because the Big League Chew comes in what looks like a tobacco package to begin with. And imagine if you had Tobacco Tops cards in there and it was a pack you pulled out and then you had to buy it.
Mhm.
Can't search it. You get
Nope.
gum and it's in a fun package. And it smells great when you open it.
Sure does. I think they
Marketing
did one.
genius,
They did
everybody
one
did.
hockey. I think it was combined with a football one. Hockey in the front, football in the back. But most of it was all baseball. So some of those old packs are hard to find. From the Big Chew.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, very hard.
That's
Yeah,
what
the
I mean.
early
If
ones.
you can create a level of nostalgia mixed with modern and then throw something like that in there, that's
Vintage.
selling. I don't know why I'm on this side of the camera sometimes. I probably should be somewhere else, but they're not going to pay me enough. But it's just the idea of bringing something else into this. They're always looking at trying to bring in a different group of people into something, but they never really try. That's at the end of the day, they just keep doing the same old crap because all of us that have been in it now for a long period of time are kind of stuck in this realm. At some point, our window is going to close and the Pokemon window will open up, and you didn't do anything in between to bring people truly in other than the 2020, 2021 bump in price. That's it.
Well, I always said that the fanatics to go forward, they have to get the fans involved. So they start offering stuff that they sell, like jerseys and maybe tickets to games and other things. Just the small prizes, and not
like players
Eric
involved
was saying,
in creating
up high,
events out of it.
Mhm.
That's a very big deal. I mean, obviously the odds are high and far, and if you do enough people in cities, at least it feels like it's an opportunity that may actually happen. I think that's very viable.
And product would sell
especially if
out
you're gonna
because there's
target
always a
people in
prize.
community. Yeah,
Right?
but imagine if you go to a game and any packs bought at the game have the opportunity to get a fan experience only during the game.
And they sell this product, so giving a jersey away is how much to them?
Oh, nothing, and they overcharge anyway for that anyway, so it doesn't even matter. It's the upcharge is stupid. It's in the 1,000 on the ROI.
But you would sell out your product if you could win a jersey. Like, hey, why not? And you're
correct. What happens if you had 500 packs available at a game and one pack has a after the game meet a player get a jersey?
Bam,
gone.
Yeah.
Just gone. $20 a pack. Gone.
And you get those fans into packs and other packs and into the hobby, so to speak. It helps.
Correct.
Otherwise, who are you searching for?
You're dealing with the team. You're doing all this good PR. You're getting this great little image on your Instagram. I mean, dear Lord, the amount of advertisement you're getting for something so minuscule is ridiculous.
Mike, why are we here?
Anyways. I don't know. Why are we poor? I don't know if you're poor, but I'm not rich.
Well, Eric will be after your patient
like Eric is up there. He's just sitting back there like I thought about this 30 years ago, you idiot.
Well, Eric 30 years ago thought the Boston Bruins were an actual team, so he's still a little
according to him, that's the last time he bought a pack of cards too, so whatever.
That's about right.
1994.
Wes here. Good evening, Wes.
I was like 13 years old.
So Eric, hashtag you're old. So Jason here says, I would like to make like a set like 97 finest with the only autos being a red refractor and super fractor. Also remove the base embossed and make the embossed refractors. I appreciate the 97 finest reference. Also add Jim Bowden help create Big League Chew. Red Man refractors as opposed to Method Man.
That'd be awesome. I want to see an actual Indian on there too.
Yes.
Are you sure he wasn't talking about the rapper though? You got Red Man and Method Man? You never know.
Ooh.
I would love that too. That's a different product, but sure.
Look, I'm just posing the question. Dom was not specific. Dom was not specific, so I want to be clear about this. We've got directions we can take this. Live in-game redemptions. So let me kind of respond to it. I think some really good ideas. We always joke with Ham his portfolio of ideas, but I think but then in the same course of the same conversation, he also made the point. The manufacturer's looking at, we could do that. I don't care if it costs us a dime extra. We could not do that, and we'll sell the same.
Yeah.
So they're just looking at the bottom line. Like the question is, does this make, like, if it's, let's say we spend $10,000, which is a nominal amount in the grand scheme of things, very small, nominal. Let's say that's how much it costs us. Can we make enough to even make that worth our time to even turn on the printing press for 5 minutes? And if the answer to them is no, then they're like, yeah, don't even bother. Don't even
But
turn it
you
on.
know, nothing is
At
ventured.
some point, they're going to notice a decline, and they're going to have to change. They're not going to be able to do it quick enough. I mean, look at what they're dealing with already. They can't catch up for 2 years ago. I mean, that's a problem. I mean, that's a real problem.
It is,
they're
but by
just
that
trying
point,
to
they will.
get
But by
by.
that point, fanatics overlords. By that point, will have already sold out the entire company to Eric's OnlyFans
Pretty
empire.
much.
Like it'll be gone. Like they won't even worry about it. Then it'll be Eric's problem after that.
They go
If
public,
Fanatics
crash
sells
out.
anything, it's due to collapse. But as long as they have these breakers in and they're putting product in these guys' hands and they're giving them loaded boxes and they're creating a Vegas style environment online, that's going to thrive. It's just going to. It's too much easy money.
But it
And they
doesn't
can
bring new
print
people
this
in all the
card
time.
and stamp a 101 on it and make it special for the same price as the card that they didn't do it to. So
Exactly,
it makes
right?
no difference. You know, again, I really like what they did with the rookie debut patch. Great idea. I love it. It's in game. It's 1 of 1 or 2 1 of 1s if they were 2 patches, because I've seen 2 Volpe versions of a card, and I don't know if there's only 1 or 2 of them. I mean, if I was smart, I'd do 1 on each patch and then do 2 cards, because why not? And two photo variations. So they're completely different. Super smart if you do it that way. If not, you're an idiot and figure it out. But at the end of the day, there's so many different ways right now in the hobby right now to make easy money out of nothing. Literally pennies. Pennies.
Put 1 of 1 on instead of not.
That's it.
Easy.
That's super it. Limited product. We printed 150,000 of this card. Limited.
Mm-hmm. The 1 of 1 of 1 of 1 of 3 of whatever.
Yeah. And then we're going to make
Hey,
another
listen,
set.
listen, Bobby.
Same thing,
We've got
another set,
exponents.
same thing.
We've got exponents. We can make this happen.
I think
We've
so.
got brackets. We've got exponents. Don't make me bring the algebra into this. God damn it. If I bring the algebra into it, we're done.
I'm going to go get me a cricket right now and some about 55-point card stock, and we're going to start ripping it away.
Do it.
Amazing. Amazing.
But you can't bring new people into the hobby if you're just talking about, you know, printing new product and, you know, if we turn the presses on or not. You know, you have to bring the fans in. That's the only draw that you have. You can't rely on people talking, right? And say, hey, you got to get into this, man.
Too. Like, why have we not cross-breeded product? Okay, and what I mean by that is put a piece of a video game in a baseball product that's related to a baseball game.
McDonald's did that.
Welcome to Planet Earth. Okay, come on now. People will buy it and then have King Griffey Jr. autograph it, and voila, El Richito. That's it. It's so easy. It's super easy. Like you just sit in a room and I just throw these things at you all day like a dartboard, and I'm gonna fucking just hit the middle all day long. If not,
where's Billy when we need him? He's watching.
Well, Billy still will listen.
Based on the people who pay for this stuff, willing to go the extra mile to make something special, to create lore. At the end of the day, when we look back at 90s, early 2000 inserts, we go, where is this now? And they're like, oh, it's too expensive to make. How is it more expensive now to make it than it was then, when we have better technology that does better things that you can do at your house that a person does on their Instagram to sell product that doesn't make anything realistically? It's just called artistic. That's the only difference. That's it. They like, for instance, these guys that are sketch artists, they pay them nothing. Here's 5 artist proof cards. You can do whatever you want. Just we have to approve on them. Sell them for whatever you want. But we need you to slave over these 100 that we're gonna throw in at 1 giveaway per box, and they don't have to be great. That's what they do. I mean, I have a couple of friends that are these artists, and they're like, they did Marvel Masterpiece, and they're like, yeah, I did 100 cards, and they gave me 5 artist proofs, and I could sell the artist proofs for whatever I want, and that's how I made my money. That's it.
Really?
And if they're shitty, you don't get no money. But you put a lot of time and effort in it to hope that your name gets out there, and you do good at work, and they love it, and you create a following. It just doesn't happen, though. It's like it's 1 out of 100. But that's the way these companies work. I'm Upper Deck. You should be lucky that I'm coming to you, and you're going to give me all this work and effort for nothing. That's what they do to these people. It's not fair.
That sounds fanatic. I'm fantastic.
Listen, I will not have you slander our Fanatics Overlord as long as the check clears. Everything Ham has said will be stricken from the record if Fanatics Overlords cover the check. That's all I'm saying. But the other
with
piece
my
of,
check is the movie.
it's like
hold on. Michael Rubin's texting me. Hold on a second.
Oh, hello.
But I was gonna laugh. Look, I'm not gonna look. I like chatting with Billy, and I sent him a message the other day for one of the cards that I picked up. It's like, well, look, we're gonna have words until I start getting my influencer boxes. I'm like the only person who's promoting the goddamn AEW.
How do you
the only
not
one
have an influencer box? You should at least have some AEW wrestling coming into you. Just open this. Let us know what you think. From
this is literally what I'm saying. This is literally what I'm saying. I bartered. I bartered for 9 boxes at the expo, but that came out of my pocket. I paid for it.
Exactly.
So I did it with, like I said, friends of the channel who actually own a store though. Like for them, they actually had to buy the product the old-fashioned way at the distributor, and it's not a secret. They lost money on that product, and it's just because
Billy's in there saying send the link.
Yeah, I'll shoot it.
No doubt.
I might have to leave.
I like that he gets worked up and excited. We're basically lightheartedly having some fun with him, but it's one of those things.
Yeah.
But I was laughing my head off when it came to it. Is that I actually liked the product. I thought it was good, but the timing of it is what killed it. It wasn't even that the product was bad. I actually thought the product was decent. If they had been able to get it out on time, I think it would have worked better. AEW's own situation, that's something beyond their control. They had no control over that. But unfortunately, by the time the product came out, it just sat. And then you just had to keep adjusting the price down. But the distributor model is what makes that not work. They're not getting it directly from Upper Deck.
Like for instance, Tops, they have the ability to kind of do the stickers, and I ended up getting some of the Bedard stickers because until I got the 1 of 1. But at the end of the day, there's not much out for them. It's odd that it's Tops, so I thought it was a fun little mix. I'm not going to go open up a bunch of Upper Deck trying to get an SSP. I'm definitely going to try and do some Young Guns hunting when the blasters hit the store. I'm sure there'll be a line for that stupid crap anyway. But that's what I like to do. So it's fun for me. And if I get one, I'm going to keep it. I'm not going to try and flip it unless it's the 1 of 1. And then I don't need that one. I can go get the one without it on it and be happy and then use the money to do what I want in my life. But it's just one of those things that, being quick to the market and Tops now and these type of avenues that these companies have to print on demand is very interesting, and I don't think it's utilized enough. It really isn't. That they can really take true advantage, and I think Tops does the best with this. But
I think they're the ones that had the best acts because they were doing Tops Now prior. So Tops Now before Fanatics was ever involved, they were doing Tops Now. They did the whole thing with the what's it called? Project 2020. Yep. So that was a print on demand. That was print exactly to demand, is exactly the model. So Billy, when you're good, just give me a thumbs up so I can bring you on.
And the Project 2020 could have been better if they would have done more artists, more.
So Billy, if you're printing cards on your home computer, where is my influencer box? Let's go.
I'm trying. I've got horrible service, so if I cut in and out, I apologize. But you guys were asking if I was here or not.
We just assumed your audio would cut out the moment you're about to look. Ham, this is how bad it is. I couldn't even, for the first year of AEW, I couldn't even get Billy to smuggle blasters over the border. We couldn't get the blasters. We never got the blasters for the first series at all. It never actually happened until like way. I was like, Billy, just mule them over the border, like walk them through Buffalo.
And there's no underground like postal thing going on there.
You could walk that shit above ground. No one would care. Him. They're like, bring us a blaster. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Whatever, bro.
Border control is like, ooh, yeah. No, I gotta hold this.
It's back, like, look, if you're gonna cart that shit, fine. You go ahead. Go ahead. Are you gonna say anything for yourself? Or are you gonna stare at us?
Billy?
Oh, you guys, what are you guys talking about?
Exactly. That's what I thought. Oh, by the way, so Billy saw that I actually so I always joke about the Dennis PC and the cards. It's like I won one of the nice ones actually. I sent him a picture of it. I picked that up on eBay. But right now that's the only one. I'll show it here in a couple of minutes. But I like collecting the card. I always tease Billy about it. I like collecting the cards, but I'm also, as a consumer, I'm always going to have my fun with it because it's and I feel bad for some of the dealers and everything because they would love to sell it at what the pre-sale price was and all that stuff, but If it doesn't move for them, they're like, well, Ham, they got to get out of this somehow. Their distributor said you have to buy it. So they're like, all right, we bought it. What do we do now? Hey, Carlos, would you take some boxes? I go, I will, but we got to negotiate the price on down. There's no reason for me to overpay for it.
So you guys are talking Allure, I'm assuming?
So I was chatting about Allure. Metal is the one that I did at Expo. Allure is the new one, obviously. But you can talk about either one you want. Go for it.
Oh no, it's nice that it's out. It took some time. It was contemplated whether or not to pull it out, but because it was late, we've got another one on the way. I didn't know what to expect on the first one, but a lot of people seem to be real happy with it. They have been waiting patiently for it, but I haven't heard too many complaints about the cards and the set. I'm actually surprised on as well as it's doing, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
I'd agree with the cards. I think we always have to separate out two things. And Ham, you know that this is the same thing with everything else. We got to separate. Do you like the product versus do you like the price proposition based on where it sits right now? Two different things.
Correct.
Because at the right price point, a lot of things become viable. A lot of things make a lot of sense.
Oh,
I think the metal product itself is really fun. I ended up opening, like it wasn't an exaggeration, and I chatted with you guys in the past here on the live. I opened 9 hobby boxes of metal, and I did that all at Expo, so 9 total. I pulled 4 PMGs and 4 autographs, so I actually did very well on it. And I also got the redemption packs, and I pulled 3 autographs out of those, so I actually did very well on those. But my cost basis, so translated down to American for the Americanos here, my cost basis per box was about $50. I paid about $50 US per box. That's what it ended up costing me.
But at $50, that's an acceptable price.
It's beyond acceptable. It's very good. Like, it's fun. It was a good time. I had a good time.
I think a lot of the problems that run into and why the breakers are fueled so much is the price to entry. At the end of the day, it's really what's controlling this market more than anything. There's a massive difference between the retail blaster box you buy at the Walmart, Target, whatever it may be, and then your hobby store, which, like, even I'm literally a block away from my baseball card store, and I can get it cheaper everywhere else. And I know it's to help the small community or small store, but at the end of the day, it's still my money, and it goes farther when I spend less of it on the product. So at the end of the day, my avenues change. Even when I go to a show, everybody's selling the same product at a different price all the way around. If I go there and it's the same price across the board, okay, I have no choice. But at the end of the day, I have to walk around and I can save $5 here, $5 there, $10 there. Someone will let me trade into a box for a card that I don't care about that's numbered to 50. And it's just the options and avenues to get into something change drastically. And it's what I think throws me off the most is when I see a kid walk up and, like, I open a box, I'll trade any of these cards for something. And at the end of the day, they ended up with nothing, at the end of the day. Not even $10 worth of something. And some of these guys feel bad and they just give them something. And I just feel like the gimmick right now is, there's an end game. I know everybody's trying to make money, but there's a way to make money and everybody else still feel excited about a product. And I feel like that gets really misconstrued over time. And there's a way to alleviate it with specific inserts, and it just doesn't seem to happen. It really doesn't. And I just feel like a lot of product that gets pushed out there, they put a lot of no names in as a hit, when I'd rather you just put the same big name in and everybody feel good, because it doesn't matter unless you get that card numbered to 25 or 10 or 1 anyway. That's basically where we're at now.
Well, sometimes then there's a set like the Boston Bruins Centennial set where.
And look at Eric; he's coming out of the woodwork, 150 years later to buy it. So I mean,
look, Billy, I feel like the 500 card Joe Thornton base set was a bit aggressive. I did appreciate the Hal Gill, Legends subset though. That I thought that was chef's kiss. I did appreciate that.
There will be no Joe Thornton 500 card base set because Joe Thornton sucks, and we don't.
Joe Thornton is literally the greatest Boston Bruin of all time, and I will hear no different from you.
I thought Tyler Sagan was the best Boston Bruin of all time.
I like him. Hey, he has a ring. Thornton doesn't, so I like him better.
Bruins legend Phil Kessel. There you go. There's
Build a
another one.
thrill, baby.
How you doing, Billy?
Bruin legend Tyler Bertuzzi.
Oh,
What? I cannot believe we
That's a good
couldn't
one.
keep him. That kid was born to be a Bruin.
So then the entire short-handed, short print subset in the Bruin set, it's going to be a little awkward for you. Would Tyler Bertuzzi, one per pack? Oh, come
a
on.
one of one.
Billy, we were trying to get him to do an autograph. Oh boy, Billy, we're in trouble.
Amazing. Thank you, man. Z.
Sure. Well, sure. As always, we'll agree with the man. Jason Allison is the greatest Bruin of all time. Okay.
The point is, it just gets better the further along way you go. So, Billy, can you confirm or deny that in the Boston Bruins set, you left Bobby Orr off because you're saving him for the Chicago Blackhawks set?
I didn't build the Boston set, so I can't speak too much upon it. I can speak on a lot of the other stuff, but I didn't build it. We had our number one consultant, Eric Wade, build the checklist, and
so it's all Hell Gill. That's troubling. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bobby Orr.
The problem is this Bobby Orr talking about Hal Gill. It's like if you remember that Gaudy set him, where it was Lou Gehrig says, the Bobby Orr's contribution is Bobby Orr says, and it's just talking about Hal Gill. It's like, guys, you got to understand Hal Gill.
Yeah, it's Bobby Orr talking about every other Boston Bruin. That's what it is.
I'm okay with that.
But the best card is Bobby Orr.
My personal favorite
about Bobby Orr.
Bobby Orr's favorite, Bobby Orr's, and then we're gonna have Bobby Orr's choice, playoff Kramer's choice, and Bobby Orr's number one choice of favorite Boston Bruin, Joe Thornton.
Mm.
He goes, Bobby Orr's like, I love me some Jumbo Joe, best Boston Bruin of all time.
So, speaking of Bobby Orr, you guys continue to make fun of me about my Bobby Orr rookie card. You won't believe that it's real.
You have a real one?
Yeah. It's right here. It sits on my desk. All right.
I got the same one in Chrome.
Nobody wants to believe me that it's real. So I got a new one.
There you go. Where'd you find a case with screws that big?
This came directly from Canada by
I had to because they don't make those in America.
Show Your Slabs made this. Corey from Show Your Slabs made
He's from America.
Okay. He bought
in Canada.
He brought it to Canada and then was selling it. And so I'm sick and tired of you saying I don't have a Bobby Orr rookie card. Now I have the biggest one in the world.
That I agree with. I would be more respectful if it was a slab mag, though.
Well, we went old school.
I felt like an opportunity was missed, considering that right there would fit under the tag branding. You go from coasters to an entire placemat, so you can put your entire dinner on top of it. It's the next logical step.
I got 5 cards
to
tag, and I haven't done it yet.
Live the dream, Ham. You got to get your coasters, bro. Get your elite coasters.
Well, I want to be early into the future product while it's cheap enough. So I figure, might as well get into it now.
I think it's fair. Listen,
hey,
Eric
Billy, I have a question for you, and I know it's hard for you. Just you work for a company, you do a specific thing. What is the most difficult, frustrating thing working for a card company when you're trying to design something or put something out there, for everybody to enjoy realistically? Because you have points that you have to hit and make and get through, and there's a process that goes along with that. And I understand that, but I'm just curious, like, what's really the most difficult or frustrating thing that you're like, man, if I could do this, or man, if I could only push this.
Right now, I there's a lot of stuff that's not in our hands. There's a lot of stuff that I don't have control over. I don't have control over whether or not players decide to sign their cards, that they have a contract to sign. I don't have control on whether or not something is misprinted something has the wrong photo, something has the wrong information. That's not my part of the job. I build the outline of the sets. I come up with the concepts. I follow stuff through, but I'm not the one putting each individual card into each individual pack, making sure that everything is in, gem mint condition, or that, there aren't any errors, or everything's numbered correctly, or whatever. And that's probably the most frustrating part is, I have my hands on a lot of the wheels, but there's still a lot of stuff out of my control. So I wish everything could come out perfect. I wish everything was fine all the time, but that's not the case. That being said, I keep a big rock at my desk from our first building at Rutherford, kind of throw the first stone. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've made mistakes, and unfortunately, it happens elsewhere, and you have to understand that, and you just have to give good enough direction that you can minimize the number of mistakes that happen.
Do you know if Upper Deck, from your standpoint, has ever looked at doing a product that the pack provides an already graded card? I believe SP did this back in the day. Where
are you talking about UD graded in the early 2000s?
UD graded. There you go. That's a perfect example, because I remember having a Jamal Lewis 9 that I got autographed out of that. I think that with grading as prominent as it is today, that product was ahead of its time. And I could see something like that becoming highly valuable in the future, especially if you're going to guarantee, hey, 100 of these Bedards will be a PSA 10 that are autographed.
I think you open up a can of worms. I think our president's actually spoken on this about having grading involved with your card company. I know there was a lot of drama going on between an employee of a manufacturer getting all these really good grades and stuff like that. There's just a lot of things that you can be accused of, a lot of things that are can bring out the trolls, I guess you could say, when it comes to if you decide to put out a graded set.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
the idea
stayed away from
behind
that.
it. I mean, the idea I would have behind that would push people automatically into it, and then probably just keep everybody else out from a negative standpoint, is that the pack only contains a 10. Say it only contains a PSA 10 or whoever you would partner with. Because I think back then it was SGC, if I'm not mistaken.
SGC was the integrated, yeah.
Correct. So if it was only a 10, so there's no, they made lesser cards on purpose, where you're just making, let's say, 1,000 cards, they're grading 100 of them out of 10, and you're guaranteeing a 10, and you do it across a subset of individual players. And let's maybe say rookies only. I don't know. It's just something like that, because they're really push an envelope for purchase at a high level with technically a low cost at the end of the day. And that way you're guaranteeing only one number. You don't have to worry about 8s or 9s or a lesser product. It's only one direction.
I think there's a reason why a lot of the manufacturers haven't really been doing that. The major manufacturers. There's just a lot of gray area that can be perceived different ways.
Gotcha. I just think to me that would be an exciting product. Now, if you did a BGS and you could throw a black label in there, now you're crossing a boundary that's going to make people lose their mind.
BGS,
from
Eric,
a selling standpoint, because I know at the end of the day it's about making money. At the end of the day, it's really what it is, it's dollars.
Eric, the Boston Centennial is going to be a BGS product. How does that sound?
Amazing.
I'll throw it in the harbor with the rest of the junk in the tea.
Right.
With the rest of the Boston Bruin cards, yeah. Okay. I agree. I think that's fair. I think it's a fair point. So Billy, let me kind of circle back around. So let me ask you this question. I'll give you an easy one. Is there anything in particular? Because, like I said, now that Allure has come out, it did come out. I actually think, like I said, I think it's going to be a good set. I'm going to enjoy it from that perspective, but I'm waiting on before I get some boxes for that one. Again, as a consumer, I have no reason not to, unless you want to send the influencer boxes over, in which case, I'll accept them anytime. I'll shoot you over an address. But short of that, anything surprise you so far from either the reception or anything that you've seen in there that you were looking forward to see how people respond to and that you're getting early feedback on?
So when the solicitation first came out for the set, I think like the first response was, what in the world are these ice cream cards and all this other weird stuff? And I will 100% admit I got a little cute on that one. CM Punk had just debuted. The whole ice cream thing was like a big deal for his first show. And lo and behold, they never used that gimmick again, and CM Punk is no longer in AEW. So 2 years later, that looks like one of the dumbest inserts I think I've made. It doesn't.
And if you guys want to know more about it, if you go back in the archives, I did a video with Billy where we talked about that.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not as bad as I make it out to be completely honest with you. The other inserts I think actually came out fairly nice. I've seen some of our competitors die cut inserts, and to be honest with you, they look nice. They're very comparable, and I think they look good. And I think the design for Allure looks good. I think initially I believe it was supposed to be one of the SPs were supposed to be like finishing moves, and I think we ended up, or no, it was supposed to be AEW Dark, and we ended up not being able to use AEW Dark, so that's where you got the Star Rookies from, and that's why it's a dark design. It was literally like a last minute change. So we kind of kept the design and just changed it to a Star Rookie. So there's some inside information for you. I mean, it was intended to be like the up and comers, so it still is the up and comers. It just isn't AEW Dark. It's Star Rookies. But like I said,
how come you couldn't use AEW Dark?
They didn't want us to. Like if the
show was removed when they went to their TV deal, they actually got rid of AEW Dark because that would have
been a great glow card.
Yeah, so I think they kind of knew at the time. Again, this set's been around for a while. So they took that out and we switched it up. And then I'll say, I'm looking for my Ty Mellows, and I'm seeing cards numbered out of $2.99 and people asking $25 for them, and I'm just like, man, I'm waiting for it to become a little more affordable. But I think the prices so far have pleasantly surprised me for resale or what people are asking for. Now, whether they get it or not, it's a whole other story. But I'm glad that the 16-bit got the same reception that the hockey 16-bit cards got. That was a fun little addition. There's a couple Easter eggs in there, and it's kind of funny, surprising wrestling collectors with Easter eggs, because I don't know if they're necessarily used to, hockey collectors are used to us throwing in some Easter eggs, but the wrestling,
they have no idea what's going on. I enjoy reading the message board. They know nothing. It's great.
Yeah. So they're like, what are these cards? And someone's like, I think they did these in hockey too. And it's like, yeah, they're Easter eggs. And the yellow taxis were another Easter egg. So I think that was supposed to be something else. And then we ended up switching it to yellow because it didn't work out. But yeah, so and I'll be honest, the yellow taxis, guys, those are rare. Those are extremely rare. So don't sit on those. You heard it here first. That they're one of like the top 3 or 4 rarest inserts or parallels in the set.
How come? I mean, I like the idea of the Easter eggs. I love it. But at some future iteration, is there ever a print run released on these Easter eggs?
No.
Not even like 5 years later?
No.
Nope.
Well, why is it such a secret about a print run? We always complain about this in other companies. Like, they never let us know how rare something is. Like, why at the end of the day?
We'll tell you the checklist. Like there is no checklist for 16-bit.
Yeah, but
We'll put the
for
checklist
print run
out there, but
purposes, like, 'cause that lets us know how rare something is as a print run.
I mean,
And like we're still looking for it for a lot of Panini product, for instance, and it's one of the most hated things that we know because we're like, how many kabooms did they make? 100 or 1,000? Because at this point, that's what it feels like.
yeah. Well, what if it was 1,000? What if there were 1,000 kabooms?
That's fine if it's the right player because people are going to buy it no matter what because they want it.
But do you think the other ones would have the value that
Jimmy Two Hats over here? There's only 10 printed. Well, Jimmy Two Hats is now going to become very popular.
That sounds
You know
an
what I
awful
mean?
lot like
And-
Timmy Two Hats, Eric.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think in a lot of Easter eggs, the value is the mystery, and so we keep it
I
that
agree,
way.
but like I said, like 5 years down the line at least, you know, it'd be nice to be able to look back and be like, you know, this sealed product, this is what's so rare to create a second level. Because I always think what makes something so valuable is what it becomes over time. Because at the end of the day, everything today is washed away with the next new product. And what is valuable over time is what creates that allure, that lore, that hobby collectability behind a brand or company. And when you're constantly hiding that from people and then somebody else comes out in front of you later, you now take the back seat.
How
It's no
many
longer valid.
how many jambalayas are made? How many Noise Boys were made?
I mean, I'd have to go look at the odds on the packs and then do a calculation.
And people can figure out. So after a while,
But at least
after
I have
more
something to
after
go
more
by.
this is open, after 5 years of opening up this product,
You'll
there's gonna
know.
be people that can figure out, okay, well, maybe these come one every 10 cases, maybe these come one every, like they can kind of figure this stuff out, just like they kind of figure out
But I think,
jambalayas, like they kind of figured
and I'm
out
sure
like
somebody
Noise
can,
Boys.
but I think the majority of the people, especially with breakers today, you can't go backwards and figure out how many cases of something were made anymore. Like that.
Now let me pause everybody
it's
for 1
difficult.
second. Hold on, Ham. Let me pause everybody because I actually want to ask Bobby a question that kind of plays into this as well. Let me ask you, Bobby, a question. Because forget about the current. Even if you look at some of the older cards, stuff where you have to do your research and try to figure out, and there's a lot of stuff where you know it's rare. You know it's rare just because it's basically out of it, but you don't know to the item. You don't know that there's 10 of them. You don't know there's 15. You don't know there's 20. You just know they don't come up very often. You can gauge that.
Yeah.
Does knowing the exact amount, like if I was able to say, okay, so for this specific item, there are 15 of them in existence. That's it. Exactly 15, not 14, not 16. There are 15 versus these never come up. I know they're in a handful of collections, but I don't know exactly how many there are. Is it required to know exactly to the item, to the exact one, how many there are for it to be rare?
No, it isn't. And you know, there's always well, let's take 1984. They had an instant winner card. You know, the 10,000, you could win 3 sheets of uncut sheets of 84. But there was 50 cards where you can win a pair of skates. So we have a lot of unopened product. We had product that was open. We had product that was redeemed, or you know, those were redeemed. How many of those skate cards are out there? We don't know. There was 50 made, but how many have survived? How many haven't been found? How many will be found? How much is it worth? Who knows? Nobody knows going forward. So there is those things you just never know. But we do know it's rare. And like Billy is saying, you know, we know it's rare. It's just you'll find that out very quickly that you're not seeing them come to market. And you know, it's easy to identify.
I agree with that. I just don't understand why just at some point in the far future, I say 5 years of far future, that you can
That's
say
too
we
far
only
though. You could tell after a year with the product.
But Ham, let me pose a question here. Just and Billy,
from a
like
point of sealed product, where sealed product is so valuable now, and sealed product from the 90s and early 2000s, most of it's bricked. It's not even worth opening.
Yeah,
honestly,
Sure.
it really isn't. You know, we don't know what the future product's going to look like 10, 15 years down the line. It may all
Probably
brick
the same.
too. So at that point, the product that you get out of there, is that card even going to be valid at that point? So you're chasing something that you don't even know if it's really rare. How many may be left? Because let's say there's 25 that have sold over the last 10 years. Now we have data. You know,
so let me kind of flip it on you.
available.
So Ham, let me flip it on you though. And I've asked you a similar question before, but I'll ask it again. Okay, so from Upper Deck's perspective, what's their benefit to doing that?
5 years later, it's just to let you know.
50 years later, what difference does it make? What's their benefit to doing that?
Because that's what we always want to know. It's from a consumer standpoint. I want to know.
I want to know the true nature of Eric's relationship with me.
Why do I look at an old Why do I look at an old
Never.
Beckett when it gives me data on basically how many packs to pull a product? I look at that because a lot of times it wasn't even on a pack, but Beckett would print it. It's not always available on a pack, so I can go back.
And Beckett's always and Beckett has gotten things wrong too, though. Beckett has also gotten things wrong as well.
Oh yeah,
I know, shocking, but true.
But to me, that's just lack of communication with the actual person or company creating the product. Again, I just at the end of the day, I would just always like to know. I don't care if it's 20 years later. Just let me know. How many jambalayas are there? They only made 100. Okay, cool. It's 100 of them out there. 50 of them were probably burned to death. It doesn't matter. There's only 50 left. It's just nice
Eric,
to know.
You burning cars to death? Good Lord. No, the reason I like the conversation is I wanted to listen. I wanted to listen to Ham's take on it because I know that's kind of his angle on it, and I have no issue with that. But I in this situation, I can pose the alternative question from the manufacturer's perspective. What is their benefit to providing that for you, given that people are still buying the product today without that information?
Correct. I mean, again, having Billy on and being able to obviously talk to Billy is a big deal, and I greatly appreciate it, Billy. Even if I'm hard or a pain in the ass or whatever it may be. You know, at the end
Eric's
of the day,
a pain in the ass too, don't worry.
We rarely ever get to talk to anybody that's anywhere near the inside of a product build, anywhere inside that knows how rare something is. It's nice enough to tell us that taxis are super rare. But I don't know if taxis are rare to 10, rare to 100, rare to 500. Because today, a card numbered to even 100, unless it's a specific insert, it's not rare. We don't consider that rare anymore. 10 is rare. Even 25, you're like, there's 1 to 10. I'd rather have 10. That's what we're at now. That's what's rare. You know,
going forward.
So that's why I would love for y'all to create a product where there's only 10 of them. Don't tell nobody. They see one, and then 3 years later they see a second. That's a big deal. Now you're throwing it out there, and there's no number on it. You want to shock the world? That's the type of crap you do. Where the first one's going to come out, you drop it in some product, it's going to hit the shelf. It's going to come out on eBay somewhere, and they're like, what the hell is this thing? Nobody knows about it. And then you don't see one again for 8 months. Oh my God. They're going to flip out because now they're chasing something that is literally a unicorn. But that's what we want. That's what drives.
Going forward, don't we want the product to all be opened? You know, because this wax thing, I get it. You know, let's put it away for, and you say we have bricks.
It's all, well, I think from a company standpoint, it's all to be bought. You don't care if it's open.
We understand. But I think as collectors, it should be all opened and go forward.
Oh, I agree too. It's the only way to find anything and find out everything and get it out there. Holding stuff for 20, 30 years to where it bricks and becomes unobtainable to open is a waste. At some point, this product, especially 90s to early 2000s, will go down in value even sealed. There's no value to it. None. At that point, collect the wrapper. Super easy to do there.
Yeah, true enough, right? Well, like I said, that's why we were talking before about, you know, having inserts of jerseys and, you know, prizes or whatever. You know, make the product be open. Sell it out.
Yeah. I always say open it all. All it.
Yeah.
So let me put a pause there. I'll get caught up in a couple of comments. So Billy, I'll ask you this question just as I'm going through a couple of these. I think this is always an interesting philosophical debate. That's the reason I pose the devil's advocate question. I just go, what benefit would it be for the company to do so? There is an argument to be made for or against, but this is an interesting, I want to read Amanda's comment here. Releasing print modes would 100% increase values for some of these sets. I'm glad that she put some. This is important because I want to make sure this is key on it. And this is always one thing that I've kind of argued for. And it's not really my job to argue the manufacturer side of it, but I can make the case. Most collectors don't know. Ham was talking about specific numbers. He's talking about like 10 or 5 or whatever. But there's a lot of cases where you don't know what rare is. For certain items, it's like, okay, for some items, 10 is too much. You know, Boston Bruins cards, for example, 1 is too much. You know, I'm thinking like negatives. But you take something that people actually want, maybe 100 is not enough. There's actually more demand than actually, because they actually want it. In that case, 100 is not enough. 500 is not enough. So you say 500 print run, that might sound high, but if everybody and their brother wants it, well, then it's low. Then it's short printed. Even if another thing to 500 is like, oh my God, you made way too much of that. It's all relative to the demand, which is hard to gauge. It's hard to figure. If we could figure out the demand side of things, we'd pretty much have it figured out, because that's the part that is so hard to determine, even if we know what the print runs are. So do you want to touch on or weigh in on this piece at all, Billy, as far as kind of the manufacturing side of it? Like, obviously you don't discuss that. You don't discuss print runs. The comments are included in it. That's part of the philosophy.
And we all, Eric and I both know Amanda's one of the biggest trolls out there for entertainment cards. So
Wipes.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I didn't see that coming. That was awesome.
Chili's sometimes funny.
No, there's definitely you know, I can understand it from the consumer standpoint. They want to know how much stuff is. It's just we don't give out print runs. Hey, look, you know, our competitors, when things changed over, said, hey, we're gonna put out print runs. Other than Jackass and something else, how many of these sets have you seen a print run for? I haven't seen any. So
yeah, it was the Jackass cards, and it was what was the other one?
What's the
that
mentality of fear of putting out a print run? Because to me,
I think
from
the
a
mystery
consumer,
adds. I think mystery adds value.
It just tells me you're trying to hide something. I'm looking at it from outside the bubble.
Then every manufacturer, except what, Pacific back in the day or something, like everyone's hiding something. Then I guess from you, because it's just been common practice.
But why be common?
I'm kind of back to my original thing though, Ham. You're always looking at it from your perspective. I go, let me put you in the company. It's like, all right, why do you want to make your case? We're at the board meeting. You say you want to tell everybody the print runs, everything. Why? I'm at the boardroom and I'm asking, okay, why? What benefit is it to us?
Chase. A simple chase.
Does the consumer know what a chase is? If I give them that number, do they have the first clue what that means?
Of course.
Do they know if 100 is a lot or a little?
I think the luxury that Upper Deck especially has is the amount of inserts they do, quality inserts they do, and special inserts they do. So I think they have a unique standpoint that they can have multiple inserts at low quantities that still cross over product that you can still see get pulled here and there, but never a lot at one time. Like I was going back to, a 10 is now considered rare. A 25, you kind of just, cool. I want 10. You know what I mean? It's just the hobby now has changed. $2.99 used to be a big deal. $2.99 now is like, well, every pack I get a card to $2.99. Who cares? You know what I mean? It's just like one of those things that, yes, you could throw all the other low numbered stuff in there over a set of X hundreds of cards, which creates X amount of product. And then you throw these other cards that you sprinkle in with a certain amount of checklists of certain people that go further. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it's always about the actual player that's on the card. Because if it's a player that people don't care about, even if it's low numbered, it falls at the bottom of the pile. And that's where you get your baseline for lowest, highest priced before you go all the way to the top with the main players. It's just from a product excitement standpoint, from a person who likes to rip and chase. This is what drives me. When I see something and then something's just so outlandish, or even if it's an Easter egg. Easter eggs are fun because I love it. I do love it because it's hidden. And I'm not saying tell me anything about it right now or next year or the year after, but like 5 years later, give me an idea what I was really fighting for here. Was it 1 in 500,000? Oh, cool, because maybe I got one. You know what I mean? And at that point, it may make them worth more than even before. And it creates a lure to your product that, there's going to be this Easter egg and it might be 1 in, 500,000 packs and we're going to chase this in 1 in 12 cases, whatever it is. Like, that creates excitement because everybody wants excitement when opening product or getting into breaks and seeing that case hit. And a case hit realistically isn't a lot when there's 500,000 cases made of something. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's one of those things, 1 in 12 cases. Okay, now you're turning the dial here for me. I want to, even when I'm in a break and I see a case hit happen, I'm happy that I was in the break, even though I didn't even get the card, because I know I had that opportunity. That keeps me driving. And that's where the mentality is of all these people. That's what they're doing. That's what they're chasing. Playing a game of chase. So create chase by giving them a little bit of information of a chase. And then later, this is what you were chasing.
Okay,
that's all.
Now I'm going to push back on one piece and ask the question. When you've got odds, so this is kind of playing to Victor's comment here. So Victor's thing, you can figure out print runs, or you can guesstimate print runs
For the
based
most part,
on
yeah.
based on certain specific inserts. So you do have enough information to be able to go about it and try to figure it out on your own. If that's what if they really wanted to hide it from you, then they wouldn't give you the odds, and everything would be an Easter egg. Everything short of base
Right,
cards.
but you can also limit a product to not be in a certain level of a product. So that creates a completely different run on print run. Doesn't mean I can figure it out. It just means I know where my odds stand, where if I do hit one, I know how hard it was.
Now let me ask kind of a follow-up question. Go ahead.
5 years later, you want to know now exactly, and this is gonna increase the value of the card. You want to know now how many Luka Doncic silver prisms there are out there.
Yeah,
and that's gonna help increase the price of the card when you find out how many
player's
there
going
are.
to increase the price of the card and the demand. It doesn't even matter. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. We already know there's thousands and thousands of silvers.
Wait. On the one hand, you just said 5 years later you want it, but you just said it doesn't matter.
A silver's not even, but silver's not numbered anyway. It's literally a parallel in a blaster box.
Yeah, there are Easter eggs. They're not
there are
numbered.
hundreds of thousands of blaster boxes.
But if a card is numbered, Ham, you already know how many they made. So you can only be talking about non-numbered cards.
That's not the card I would use as an example. So that's the thing. I'd be looking more like he was saying, like a jambalaya or something like that, in unnumbered, or taxis, for instance. You don't have to tell me now. You tell me they're rare. I believe you. But I don't know.
So can I ask a question? So Billy, I'll take this angle on it.
That's a big deal.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question based on a manufacturer who did do this, and where the numbers were in different places. Pacific back in the 90s had, say, premiere date parallels in their sets, and they were serial numbered. So the serial number, we know how many they made. Every single set, it was a slightly different number. Sometimes it was 67. Sometimes it was 45. Sometimes it was 55.
Honestly, and I love that. I hate things when they're numbered to 50. I like odd, weird numbered stuff.
Yeah, but do you know why they were numbered to those different things? Probably
because they made different variations of sets.
No, it was literally based on the odds. All he did was say, this is how many boxes we're making. If we're putting one in every 30 packs, this is how many packs we manufacture. Therefore, it's out of this number. That's it. They work backwards.
What set was it where the parallel was numbered to the player's jersey? So obviously the lower, and they've done other sets. I'm sure other companies have done it too. But like,
so that was the high end set. That was the high end set. That was the high end set they did late in the run. The name escapes me, but I think it's Private Stock.
I've always enjoyed that too.
Sure, but what I'm using Premier Date though is because that was a standard in parallel that they had in almost every set, and they were all numbered, so you knew exactly how many they made. But the number kept jumping around. 1 year was lower, 1 year was higher, 1 year was in the middle of the two numbers. And the only reason they did it, and Kramer explained this, he literally said, people would go like, why is it 55 1 year, 45 another year, 67 the other year? And he goes, oh, well, because this year there was 67, we made more boxes, so we kept the odds the same, so we just made more.
Yeah,
that was it.
That's fine.
It doesn't help their price though, man. The premier dates are like at the junk heap. Most people are like, oh my God, the premier date, really? And we know exactly how many they made.
Design plays a massive factor into things too, because desirability makes things worth more to people because more people want it. A card could be numbered to 10 and look like junk, and unless you like the player or it's the most popular top 10 players in the league, nobody cares other than those people that collect that one player. It's just the way it is. It doesn't matter.
That goes back to the demand piece though. That, remember when you said rare a second ago, that ignores the demand piece. If something is short printed,
how many
but no one
things
cares.
would you like to know that you don't know about
print runs? I don't care about print runs.
No, anything.
Oh, I want to know why I'm not getting influencer boxes, Billy. That's all I care.
Yeah.
Oh, we already know that.
Yeah, that's all I care about, Ham. That's the only thing I want.
And
give me what I want, Billy.
It's a border thing. Okay.
We're mailing out those Boston Centennial sets as we speak.
No, the problem is you're going to send the Boston Centennial sets to me, and then I'll open those and go, what is this trash? Oh my God. Where the hell Gills? He's an SB Signature legend.
I just want to comment on this comment, just popping in to say hi. It's halftime of a rare Friday night Ducks football game. And I just want Name to know that that wasn't necessary. He didn't have to pop in and say hi, and we encourage him not to in the future. Thank you.
Wow.
You know, the comment that I liked right before I came on, Eric, was the one where they mentioned that the Red Wings beat the Bruins 5-2 today.
They beat them handily, from what I understand. I was working because, you know, some of us have to do that every once in a while.
Well,
And
to become a big deal in Canada like you are, you know, you need to put some work in also. I understand.
yeah. But from what I understand, Swayman was in net, and today was his birthday, and they gave him his first loss of the season. So good on Detroit. They must have played well. I have to watch the highlights later and find out.
Is there any Easter eggs in the Bruins set, like a faux cup or something? Like
Bobby Orr in a Chicago uniform. There's an Easter egg for you.
That's an Easter egg.
And if it's there, I know who put it there, and I know why, and I will get them.
The look at Billy's face is like, damn it, that was a good idea. That's what I should have done. Why didn't I ask these guys first?
Like,
that's the only molecular card in the set, and you turn it, and he changes uniforms.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Well, they don't do print runs, so they can just throw it in
late right now.
Do it later, yeah, correct.
Right.
No,
That would have been amazing.
He broke his internet, and now you almost killed him.
You almost killed him, is what you did.
It was worth it. It was worth it. Look, he's got to take the secrets of the print runs with him. At least he went out on a good joke.
Mm-hmm.
Am I still live? So, again, my friends,
you're a little
horrible,
you're a little delayed. You're a little delayed, but we can still hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say. That was freaking hilarious.
No, it wasn't.
I wish we would have thought of that.
No, I'm glad you didn't.
Maybe next time consult with the people that should be on the influencer box role here. Consult a little bit. Bobby and I can talk to you a little bit. We'll give you ideas. Don't worry.
At least a few. Victor said, you could go through the courts and get it, but good luck with that.
Well, like I said, here's the thing, and I know for some folks we wanted to the same beating points went over and over again, but I did want to entertain what I like is when Ham comes on here, he's very passionate about these points, so I want to hear it. So if you notice, I wasn't cutting him off. I wanted to hear the whole thing, and we had a discussion, and we can have a discussion. We don't have to agree on the points, and I like playing devil's advocate too, because the truth is, I'm looking at it from the production standpoint, and I'm like, well, are you telling me that if I gave you prediction runs, you'd buy twice as many? No, then why do I care? I don't need to give you anything. You'll buy it anyway. I'm giving you odds. I'm telling you, I am giving you some information. Figure it out on your own. Get a calculator. Eric, buy a calculator. Figure it out.
I'll write that down.
Damn right. Figure it out. Okay. Figure it out.
All right.
Fire up your Microsoft Excels. Do a little bit. And the thing is, people do this. Like, it's true. If you take that, if you take the metal set, the jambalayas are 1 in 720 packs. So you take that. Okay. How many cards are in the set? Cool. All right. Now you take something that is numbered, because there are numbered cards in the set, and go try to figure out how often these coming up and do a little reverse. You can get within a ballpark. People are surprisingly, I don't know if they're 100% accurate, but I don't think they're miles and miles off. I think some of them get pretty close to getting a pretty good number.
Pop reports help too.
Sure.
Just a little bit with some things.
So there are ways if you want to put a little work into it, but I just don't know how much benefit it would be to the end, because we're always guessing. If you knew the number, that's the reason why I positioned it in the vintage side for Bobby, because he deals in that world all the time. There's a lot of sets and a lot of numbers, even inside the same set. This one's a short print. How much tougher is it relative to how many actually survived? And we know it's rare. We know that. We know it's rare. But what does that actually mean? Does that mean there's 20 in the universe? Does that mean there's 10? Like 5? All these numbers are low. If you're trying to build a set, it's very difficult. But what does that really mean?
Well, that's what happened in the 20s in Canada. We had most of the cards that came in chocolate bars. We had tobacco in the 10s, and the 20s was chocolate bars, and the 30s was gum forward. And in the 20s, almost every company short printed a card in the set. And, people got angry. Actually, there's newspaper reports stating that, people are unhappy that their son's been buying all these chocolate bars and not getting this one card so they can get a redemption for a pair of skates or what have you. So it was rife back then. And I think there was a law that was instilled back in that time period to prevent manufacturers from doing that, from short printing deliberately, but it still goes on. It went down in the 50s. We all see it, where the double or triple print some other cards, and by default it would happen. But it didn't really help the manufacturers really at that. Only back then in the 20s and the 50s and forward, it really didn't. So, but going forward with what you guys are talking about, yeah, I can see the print runs being stated. That's kind of neat. But the Easter eggs, those are just the fun roll of the dice kind of thing. I like that.
Yeah,
so what
I
I've
think-
gotten out of this from Bobby is we need to do some sort of skate giveaway. For
You're not far off. If you would have heard us earlier, me and Mike talking about that, we were talking about putting things in there. Fanatics does own, a company that it provides all these equipment. Why not have giveaways? Why not get the fans involved? The fans are your 10x. That's the only way you're going to get 10x out of this is bringing new people in, not by us sitting here talking and telling our friends, hey, you got to get into cards. It's you go to the fans, get the fans involved. Just my opinion, and Mike's.
I mean, I agree with it. Like I said, if I go to a game and I have the opportunity to buy a pack for 1 in 500 chance to, at the end of the game, meet X player, I'm going to do it. It could be $20 a pack. I would do that. Pay $20 for a stupid hot dog anyway. So it's just the idea. You're going to get new people. You put a little advertisement up at the end of the game. If you pull this X amount limited, people will do it. I mean, they enter the 50-50 raffles all the time, that are up to $10,000 at a stupid Rays game when there's 3,000 people at it. So it's just, you know what I mean? It's just like I can buy a game ball for $50 that a guy threw off to the side because it hit the dirt the wrong way. It's just there's opportunities there, and I just don't feel like from our standpoint of trying to really improve the hobby, really get it out there, get more people involved, because it's technically a really small hobby. I feel like those branches are being extended outwards to bring those new people in, and fan interactions by far the biggest thing you can probably do to get somebody who's not involved.
Yeah, and not to say anything bad, Billy, but just going for. No, I wanted to say it. Okay, we'll go for it. Go ahead.
No, I've got very thick skin, Bobby. I can listen to whatever anybody ideas or whatever. I will say some stuff that is heavily ignored when it comes to all these different things that people are talking about to be able to do and try is just the legal ramifications of stuff. Even stuff about like people winning trips and stuff like that. There's a lot of legal stuff that goes involved with sending someone to a specific area, to having them interact with a specific athlete. There is a lot of legal stuff that is just completely ignored. Also, then there's so many people that want a piece of the pie, and it's just like you think, oh well, we have all this access to all these players. The players might want to do something, but then the agents get involved, and then the teams get involved, and there's a lot of hoops. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff to think about before we just say, hey, you do something, you're gonna get this. I mean, one of the things I put into Ultimate is the Ultimate inscription insert, where you actually get an inscription from the specific player. So we've made the first year we did it, I think it was either Wayne or it was McDavid, and they would write, and it could say to Bobby, Connor McDavid, and that's the card. And there are little things that we've tried, but as I said, there's a lot of stuff that legally you have to kind of keep an eye on also when it comes to interacting with fans.
No, I understand that perfectly. And, I'm just talking about it. Michael was going a little further with it, but, just a jersey, a helmet signed by somebody, redemptions. I know, Panini has hurt the redemption for so long for so many people, but I think putting that in there and getting sort of maybe the fans involved, that I think that would bring them in a little bit, and definitely, I think we're really, what I was going to say before is, we're sort of at critical mass here where we've hit that point of technology with cards. you can't go too much further. You know, we're at this sort of certainly heightened you know, performance of cards and what they do and how they, you know, all these new things. But I think that's the next step for drawing more people in, giving people back. It's not just the 1 of 1 or 1 of 10. You know, you got to give a little bit more to the middle of the ground. Just saying.
No, agreed. I mean, a lot of stuff has been done with a 2.5 by 3.5 piece of space, and you know, we've made cards that are pure silver. You know, we've made a bunch of like other things that, you know, we've added to cards throughout the years of Upper Deck. Not to like be argumentative or anything like that, but believe it or not, the cost of producing cards is expensive and has gone up. Whether technology has improved, I can tell you right now, something like embossing a card just a year ago, my most recent costing, the price of that tripled to make an embossing on a card. The cost of deco foil dyes has, since I've started, has tripled. The cost of paper has gone up a significant amount just in the past 2 years. All the supplies and all of these vendors are the technology has nothing to do with it. It's costing more for supplies. It's costing more for these people to do it, and they're charging more because they're not printing as much. These places need to stay open because they're not out there printing tons and tons of mail and stuff because nobody uses mail. It's all emails and stuff. So they've got to make money somehow, and they're making money printing cards. And it is extremely more expensive to produce cards and all the different aspects of producing a card than it was just 5 years ago. I can honestly say that.
Now, quickly, I want to say, Billy, since you just said something, I want to quickly follow up on that, just to emphasize something you just said. The suppliers you're using there, based on what you're just covering there, those suppliers are printing a variety of paper products, because you're talking about mail and some of the other stuff so they're not only suppliers making trading cards. It's one of the things they do, which is kind of one of the questions we ask sometimes. Is like, why isn't there this level of expertise? Well, there's a possibility that a lot of these suppliers aren't just doing that one thing anymore. They're not specialized. They're kind of like, yeah, you produce paper, but you're producing other stuff too.
Mm-hmm. And the final thing, Billy, is you know, I haven't bought cards since my son, you know, had moved out. So since 2009, I think that was the last product I bought with him. How are you going to make me buy cards? And I've been in this 30 years again. And if I haven't bought cards for 15 years, what are you going to do?
We make a legend set with
guys.
a lot of fake legends and call it SP.
Ooh, I'm clipping this so hard. This is officially clipped. And out of context, this will be played at nauseum. Look, Billy, look, there is precedence for this. There is precedence. Look, another man
totally
made this
joking.
decision once upon a time. Yeah, you're joking. There was another guy who was joking too.
Am I happy I did it? Yeah, because Mike Trout sucks now. So leave it at that.
My agenda will be appeased.
He said he had thick skin.
But he's like, mistakes were made. He's like, mistakes were. It's like, well, it's like, Eric, I got a new quote.
Now I know how Eric feels like every day.
The problem though is with Eric is like, oh, so they took you out of context, and it's like, I watched the whole thing. They took you totally in context, and it was like, what you didn't understand is outside of the 4 hours, it's out of context. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're always challenged to build sets. Like, not every set is built for every consumer, and we're always looking for ways to build sets that will appease to other people. That is one of the reasons why we did join with the Alumni Association. Is it gave us the opportunity to get guys and make cards of them. I use as an example, because I'm a Red Wings fan. You know, I hadn't seen a Mike Vernon card and I can't tell you how long. And you know, sets like SP Legends and Chronology I was able to, go back and get some Joey Kosher, autographs, get some Larry Murphy or Chris Draper autographs and stuff like that. So, we are looking for ways to bring back some of the people that, were fans back in the day, and let them collect players that they remember. And then there's also going to be those sets that are very rookie driven. There's going to be some high end sets. There's going to be stuff with cheesy inserts like Teacher's Pet that is supposed to kind of be fun for kids, yeah, just
You do portraits like Eric's favorite.
oh, dude, I picked up the McDavid out of 25. I picked up a Quinn Hughes out of 99. I'll be looking for those numbered portrait cards. I think they're great.
Eric's got them all. He's personally hoarded them. It's really weird. The whole My Precious while he shakes is kind of weird, and it's a little odd. You should have seen the pre-show. It's very strange. Very strange. But I appreciate that you talked about SP signature fake legends. Yeah, I got you. Quote from a person from the manufacturing side. I want to make sure I don't misquote. Ham, I want to make sure I quote this correctly. I believe I have, and I believe I've done so.
You've done well.
I want to thank you for your candor, sir. I'll read a couple of comments here real quick. So Hobby Champ says, and thank you, Hobby Champs, for the comments. Thank you all for the comments. We've had a lot of fun. Like, we've been all over the place for tonight, but we've had some fun. And thank you, Billy. Thank you for being a good sport as always. And I'll reach out to, and I'm being serious when I joke with folks. I chat with Billy. Most of the conversation I have with Billy are just trading pictures of cards we're collecting back and forth. Like that's the majority of the most of the conversation. We're having some fun with it. And like,
people would think that Ty Mello and Britt Baker were messaging each other in our conversation because it's just pictures of those two women.
That's basically all it is. Yeah, that's effectively is. And I'm basically the market for the Britt Baker, and he's the majority of the market for time. Like we're in, we're basically making the market. That's why I get annoyed sometimes. I'll be like, oh, it's going for this much. No, it's not. I was like, I know how much the last one sold for. I'm the one who bought it.
Yeah, but they're short printed.
Not short print enough to make me pay more.
Maybe we'll find out in 5 years.
Yeah, we'll find out. I think I did it right on the last purchase I did. I think I did okay.
No.
Yeah, he's figuring that one out. So Hobby Champs here says manufacturers lack the intestinal fortitude to create scarcity at listed demand. They'd rather print the demand so that it all looks like Fireside in the future, zero foresight. So there's a little back and forth on this one. So let me read a couple of these comments here. We'll get caught up. Thank you for the comments always. Victor says, I don't know why they don't get back to putting sports car inside of zero boxes. That's what got me in. We've actually had that discussion before. We agree. The food products are actually fun, and those ones are available and accessible. I would love that. I actually think it'd be great if Post Cereal still did cards, or if even Kraft Dinner they had
2 years ago.
And I think that's I think that's smart. I still in 2023, I still think that's a good idea.
Buying every single box of cereal,
yeah,
to chase the Pokemon cards in there.
Yeah, and in 2023, I still think that's a good idea. I still think I that to me that's look. I'd get a couple of boxes of the fucking cereal if I could have a little fun with it. I would still grab a couple, not a ton, but I would grab a handful.
Do you know how many Slurpees I consumed to get those little coins on the bottom of the Slurpees?
Yeah. Oh wow, that's going back.
Oh yeah, so many.
I still have a bunch of those too.
But that was wasn't that cool, Billy?
Oh yeah.
But you have to wait till it's finished before you. Anyways.
Yeah, the diabetes I hasn't affected me too much.
Well, maybe Billy, maybe the pitch you need to make is that you do the Boston Bruins set like we talked about earlier, but you only release it inside especially marked packages of mayonnaise.
Under the lid, yeah.
Under the lid, you have to open it to get all the Bruins.
York Peanut Butter did that back in the 60s, where they put the cards under the lid of the jar of peanut butter, under the cardboard lid inside, right?
Yeah, good evening, Paul. Love it. Good evening, Paul. Now, Bob Boozle here is the opposite side. So I want to make sure I talked about the two sides of this conversation. So Bob Boozle's got a counterpoint here. Print ones would hurt the hobby long term. Obviously, we had a lot of that debate tonight. It would help invest in short term, but a lot of people would get discouraged by the most affordable and accessible products aren't so rare. So the second portion of Bob Boozle's comment here is kind of what, again, I can play devil's advocate. We can argue about, look, I could join Ham on his side and I could argue that side of it too. It'd be a lot of fun. And I have no problem doing it, but I do want to point out the second half of it. If I'm being consistent in my stances, if I'm being consistent, I defer back to rule number one. Eric, what's rule number one?
People are stupid.
So when it comes to scarcity or what people think is rare or is not rare or whatever they're told or whatever the case is going to be, I always worry. If I want to take Haim's position, I can join him in that crusade, in that conversation. However, I keep looking back and I keep thinking how dumb the average hobbyist is. And then think of how much below that level the majority of them are. You tell them, all right, the print run is 1,000. Oh my God, you printed it to the moon. In relative terms, compared to the demand for this, it's actually not. It's actually, if I said there were 10,000 Connor Bedard Young Guns that come out in the Series 2, is that a lot or a little? Some people are going to get confused immediately. If I just threw that number
but it's also the time frame too, because back in the day, even a card Donruss Elite, for instance, where they do 10,000 of those,
yeah,
those are still rare.
But they printed a trillion cases.
It doesn't matter, but
Ham,
they're still rare.
but here's the thing: when I tell somebody though 10,000 now, that oh my God, common is dirt, and it's like, well, dude, they were impossible to get. So you needed the context. Yeah. You're like, the print run wasn't enough information.
That even 10,000 were made, 30 years ago, they're still not the easiest thing to just come across.
I agree. But the average collector doesn't understand that. They just look at the print run in a vacuum.
10,000 made, it's easy to get, when you know darn well it's not.
Listen, Sport, we'll get you off on this, and he'll tell you it's super common.
I can text him. He's in my fantasy league.
There you go. Brendan Ryan says in the 1990s, their Ultra made cards with 23 karat gold and numbered them so they were forgotten to time, and precious metal didn't help. And also in the late 90s, Donruss Preferred did a lot of those precious metal cards as well, with the platinum and gold and a couple of different things.
See, we never even knew print runs back in the 60s, 70s. But actually, if you go to Needham, 1960.com, 1960, 61, I got some
multiple years later.
Sorry?
Of the same years.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I thought, let's say that I forgot what it was. They printed it in 1 year, but they kept printing it even though it was a year later.
Oh, that was that. What was it? Ken Griffey, I think, or something.
Yeah, that was the 89 upper deck.
They just printed the Griffey at that point. They just stopped the rest of the set. And,
Griffey's still being printed at Eric's house. That's different.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different conversation.
Nobody's ever seen that printing plate come to surface.
Yeah,
but I have found a couple on a couple display boxes I bought from the Topps Vault in 2003 on eBay. Yeah. There were some numbers scribbled on the boxes, and I've determined what the print run was for a couple Topps products for 60 and 61, I think. And we've never had anything close. And you look at it and you kind of go, wow. But you can only find that information on needham.com.
Ooh, subtle. I like it.
You know something interesting about that Griffey? I'm not going to speak upon stuff that I was not around at Upper Deck for. What I can say is that I don't know if you remember Taylor Hall's rookie year. They did they tried to create that first year of Upper Deck, and the cards felt weird. It's because you can't buy that paper anymore. It was some special paper that was printed in Italy way back in the day, and you can't get that paper anymore that those cards were printed on.
Is that like that Hemback kind of thing?
Is that an Easter egg on the paper?
Maybe.
I guess so. I heard they said that they tried to recreate those cards and they couldn't find the paper because it was some special paper that Richard had bought way back in the day. For the sets, and they didn't have that paper anymore.
That's cool.
So in outside of the sports card genre, but that actually does happen, because in the the pens and paper and booklets and everything genre, you've got these places that'll make these booklets like notebooks and whatever, and people will complain when sometimes the batches start changing. They're like, the paper mill doesn't make it anymore. So literally the source, we cannot source it. It doesn't matter at any price. They do not have any more and they won't make any more. And that's it. So you'll notice. So the people that are really into it will be like, but it's different. It's like, it looks similar, but it's like, no, the texture, the actual thickness, it's different. So they'll know the difference. The really hardcores will know, but other people will be like, it's paper, man, whatever.
One of the most popular pens that people like to get stuff signed with are the Vis-a-Vis, and they don't make those anymore.
Vis-a-Vis?
Vis-a-Vis. They don't make those anymore, and those are hot commodities if you can find boxes of them on eBay and stuff. A friend of mine, people that sign stuff actually know. A friend of mine went to a book signing when Carrie Fisher was alive, and she saw that the person had a Vis-a-Vis pen because they brought something extra in to sign, and she's like, I'll sign that extra item for you if I can keep the pen.
Really? How many cases did they make of those?
Oh,
We need production
probably a
numbers,
bunch.
Billy. We need production numbers. I've been told there's a thing.
Now I got to keep my eyes open for that. See, here's all the rarities we're finding out.
That's right.
Like
So
the
CC
Pilot,
here, good evening.
Pilot Explorer BLR7, which was popular in the late 90s. You can't find those anymore. One pin will sell for $40, and it's literally a push button pin that has just a standard insert, but you cannot find it. Even just the body, you can't find.
Really?
They're just not out there. And that back then, I think it was like $2.50 a pin, which was kind of expensive in the 90s for just a throwaway pin, realistically. The last one I saw, you can only get them from like Europe somewhere, and they're like $40 a pin, $50 a pin.
Oh.
We always forget sometimes we're a little bit myopic in the sports card hobby. We forget that there's a lot of weird nuances in some of these other collectibles. But here's the thing, they're arguing about the same stuff. They're like, oh, I'm trying to get this. And it's literally the same argument that we're having. Either they'll have it after us or they'll have it before us. My favorite is a lot of folks in the Discord. There was a conversation going on, and I'm sitting there like I literally wrote on the bottom. I did a meme, the first time, and I did the meme underneath. I go, coin collectors to you, and it was like, well, it is like the coin collector, the whole authentication, the stickers after the fact, grading the grader, all that. Coins was doing that 10, 15 years ago. So all this that's going on with that is happening 10 to 15 years. All the coin guys already had these debates in forums 10, 15 years ago.
They still don't like cleaning of their product, okay?
They don't, but now some of the third-party graders will actually do some cleaning for you.
But they do
like
have
you can actually have a restoration service. They will literally do it for you.
They
the
do
same
have
way that
minting
the
numbers,
comic
right?
guys. What's that?
They do have minting numbers.
They do, yeah. And they're accurate as long as the mint kept good records, which is always the little. It's like, wait a minute, that isn't even part of his. So remember when I said if they kept good records, I gave a caveat. Yes, that's what you said you made. How many made it out the door? That's the actual question you're asking. So CC here, good evening. No doubt production costs have increased by a ton, but I would guess the licensing costs have increased as well. The more player salaries increase, the more difficult access would be. That is always a bit of a factor with the autographs because some of the players don't give a crap. They make so much money now beyond their first contract where they're like, yeah, you want me to sign this stuff? I'll get to it when I get to it.
But isn't there something with Fanatics now with that?
Well, now that the Players Association has a stake in it, the theory is that the players would be more incentivized, potentially. Again, theory, we'll see how that plays out. So Amanda here says, I'm praying I get Eric for Clubhouse Secret Santa. Ooh, there's a Clubhouse Secret Santa. Teacher's pet and portrait cards incoming. Love it.
What's Clubhouse?
Clubhouse is that stupid app that Eric and Amanda are in, and possibly someone else.
Mm-hmm. I think I applied.
Anyone
for
else
it,
there? It's audio only. They basically just talk to each other. It's basically MP3 communication. Anyone else in there, Eric, with you?
Timmy Two Hats and Billy,
of course.
Oh, there's Timmy.
All the big players, yeah.
Always Timmy.
Hobby Champ says literally no one wants 1,023,24 UD base Cody CCs yet. Here they are. There you go. Want rarity, collect pens. Yep. Want rarity, try finding processed food stuff in Bob Boozle's pantry. Look at you guys. I'm sure fluorescent ink is coming for autos. Maybe. Who knows? All right,
I have an ink for an auto that somebody still hasn't made. I had to actually make one here at my house to see if it would work. It's very interesting, but I've yet to see anybody try to use one on a card or anything like that before, though.
Is it invisible?
No, it's not invisible. It's so funny. So if you going back to the early days of YouTube, early days, and I'm talking way back, there's this guy, and I don't even know if you can find it anymore. He created a video where he pulled an Invisifractor, and the card was invisible. He actually put it in a sleeve and everything. And he made it look like if he was a magician holding something that wasn't there. And with the comments in it were hilarious because people thought he had actually pulled an Invisifractor out of some Bowman product. It didn't even exist. He literally made it up.
It was an NFT,
it was
really.
Hilarious. I don't even know if it's still on YouTube.
But the important question, Ham, is what's the print run in the Invisifractor?
Zero, because it's invisible.
It has turned into an NFT.
Unless
That's what I'm
you
saying.
can see the fourth dimension, you can't see this card.
Sir, do not
Either
limit
way.
me to merely 3 dimensions. Do not try to limit me. Hot Sauce
Oh,
Sports Card says Eric Wade is an absolute legend. Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Oh, absolutely.
His feats are
Yeah.
legendary. Traveling minstrels sing of his deeds.
Yeah, he's
Has
another
Eric Wade
underdone-
ever signed anything?
No, thank
The
God.
parole agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this is,
I
for the
check-
last
I
time
check-
you're
I
leaving
check
Marcel
these-
alone, right, Eric? You're leaving Marcel. You will
No,
sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, every time I cross the border, I got to sign these papers promising that I will not put Marcel in a trunk and try to bring him back across the border. And
Yeah.
they
Positive
check my
kidnapping. We
car,
already addressed this earlier
they
today.
let the dog, they get an old King's jersey and make the dog sniff it, and then they walk around my car to make sure he's not in there. You know,
The
whatever.
empty 45-gallon drum of mail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Mhm.
Don't get mad at me because Marcel and I are friends, okay?
Hey,
We have a
I'm
different
buddies,
You can
man.
call
definition of
anybody
friendship.
Marcel.
We have a different definition of friendship, sir. The clubhouse tombstone is beside the America on line 1. I was thinking CompuServe, but I get you.
And no, I've never signed anything. I've had a few people ask for pictures, but I've never.
Invest-
I still have to send you that picture to sign. I gotta print that card and send it to you.
And I hope no one
Print
ever
nothing?
asks me to sign something. I don't.
I'm
take
sending
myself
one to either I will see you at some point in person, or I'm sending
Right.
one to you.
You are different because it's a gag. But if someone actually asks for my
No,
autograph,
it's not a gag. It's for real. I'm gonna put it on eBay after I get it. I
I
need to
don't
write
take
one to
myself
one on
that
it. though.
seriously, and I don't know how I'd react.
People here took you seriously. I saw people in Canada asking for pics, and I saw someone bow. It was insane. Facts.
I keep waiting
That
for more
was
YouTube
weird.
people to have some type
Yeah.
of a signed card. I don't know why it hasn't happened yet. It's people. The one thing that we have as I have a tiny channel, but people enjoy what we do, and at the end of the day, we collect things from what other people do that we enjoy. It's no different at the end of the day, and
Mhm.
people like that relatability, and it's just something fun to collect. And we collect fun things. It doesn't always have to be monetary. It has to be, I enjoy this person. It'd be cool to have. I like it. That's it.
We should, Carlos, we need to get Billy, set him aside and say, hey, we need a.
Give us the fucking influencer boxes. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Nope.
What were you saying?
We have an issue called Because I'm Carlos. Special inserts. You can have Michael Ham, but he'll be, an Easter egg because you don't know
Oh,
how
okay.
many
Definitely
is going to
Easter
be in there.
Yeah, super
Yeah.
Easter egg. Yeah.
We got some guests and we got some, hey, there'd be some great stuff.
What
Billy,
we're gonna find out is that Eric's is strictly a redemption, and you have to send it to the local county jail, and that's how you get
You
it.
may not
And that's how you
You
get
may
it.
not get it back.
Yeah, you're probably not getting it back. You might have to. The only way you can redeem it is if you have enough cigarettes to trade for it.
Yeah.
just like the jailhouse. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You have to send it in an envelope that's already addressed and stamped to come back to you.
Yes.
Mhm.
As minimal effort as possible.
Self-addressed stamped envelope for the win, my friends. For the win. That's right.
and a gift card to Crumble Cookie on the inside.
Maybe you could get it. Hey, there you go. That's it. You got it.
See?
Mike, you're
Oh.
on it.
What happened, Bobby? If we ever build a set, I would. You know how we talked about getting the food issues back. If we ever build a set, I'm putting the cards inside of Crumble Cookie boxes.
Mhm.
That's the next logical step.
It has to.
We have to get together with Crumble and make this happen. That's how
Make
we're
the
gonna do it.
box, have the packs.
At this point, they're just waiting for you to come to them. Okay.
Clearly,
That's
I think
what's
it's
going on.
I
think
think
that's
I'm
what's
on
happening
to
right now.
something. We're on print on demand now. So hey,
I just want to
was-
jump back to what Ham said, that we are very fortunate that people find us, all of us, whether Mike doing his stuff or us here doing our stuff. We are very fortunate that people find us entertaining, trust us for information when we're being serious, and I always enjoy when people come up and say hi. I just don't take myself seriously enough that I hope no one ever asks me for an autograph, because that's just not something I could comprehend. But I
if you
love
get a
meeting
card set.
people. I love meeting people. I love taking pictures with people. I love talking to people and finding out what they're into and what they collect and why they watch the show. And I ask,
You love taking pictures with mayonnaise.
Yes, that has happened. And I also
Yes.
ask them what they think could improve the show. And I always
and the answers I got was getting rid of you. Those are most of the answers I got.
Eric,
well, that's actually true. That is 100% true.
It
Carlos
is.
has been told that the show would be better without me and that he should get rid of me at least on 2 occasions.
At least 2, yes.
Yes, at least 2 occasions. He has been encouraged to dump the guy from Boston.
Eric, do they ask you this while they're bowing down to you? Because I hear this is a common practice in Canada.
I think the gentleman was just being funny. I don't think he was really bowing. I think he was just having a little fun, and he was very, very nice. And I'm glad that I got a chance to meet him.
You sure he wasn't projectile vomiting while he was leaning forward?
Maybe.
Because it could resemble
could be
that from a
mistaken for
distance
that.
if you're not paying attention.
So, Billy, you heard us talking about Because I'm Carlos cards. That's set.
I've got one.
No, a real set, packs, everything.
Yeah,
I don't want
packs.
I don't want
Just a
copyright
chicken.
infringement. He's already got a card out. I have it. It's signed.
Well, Billy, though, here's the thing. Speaking of what we were talking about earlier about ideas, look, here's the thing. We've had a lot of the way I'm going to phrase it is contributors to the show. So we can have the different contributors to the show. And then I think the last card where Eric would be there, I want to replace Eric with Joe Thornton. I think we should just have Joe Thornton in there as part of the Because I'm Carlos set. You know, good friend of the channel, Joe Thornton. Boston Bruin legend, Joe Thornton.
No Joe Thorntons.
Mm-hmm.
And is this the same set that we would also have a Bobby or Blackhawk Easter egg?
We
no
would.
doubt.
We would.
Absolutely, 100%.
It would be a
Perfect.
repack product, though. It has to be a repack.
Billy, do you see
Numbered box.
who's on screen right now in the comments? Do you see that clown?
No, I can barely see. I'm on my phone.
Okay.
So this one's Hot Sauce Sports Cards. Eric, I already sent a puck to the shop for you to autograph.
Yeah,
obviously.
Oh,
that's
Hot Sauce
cool.
Sports Cards, legend.
He
Legend.
is a legend. He is a legend. We miss him. We miss him. I'll say that. We miss him.
All right. So Billy, this is the most important question we're going to ask you tonight, and I want truth. I want honesty. So within 4 to 5 million, exactly how many Connor Bedard Young Gun rookie cards will be printed? So I want it within 4 million cards. Give me the truth.
Oh, you guys are funny. I enjoy my job. No, so
just a plus minus.
The question is when did you start printing the product, and when will it?
How long is the printing process? And how many do you print a day?
Actually,
That is true. Like, how long is a printing process for a product on average? When it goes to print?
It depends. A lot of it depends if there's a retail component to it. Like how many feeders they need. Series 2's we're getting ready on Series 2. So that'll hopefully, we want it to come out on time, so we're doing everything we can. So Series 2 should be coming up here soon for us to kind of go over it with our vendor and make sure everything is put into the packs the way we want them. But no, I can't go into we've come full circle now. I can't
Well, how many do you print in a day?
Billy, the thing is, Paul here is right. I gave you the perfect out. Paul says he can say 4 million and be within the range. It's like I said within 4 million. You could have just said 4 million. It's between 0 and 4 million.
One. There's more than one.
Excellent. 2 confirmed.
That's close. We're getting better. We're
more than one.
Closing in the
All
gap.
right, I got a question for you from CC here. Billy, have you ever been to Toronto Sports Card Expo? Obviously, I know the answer to this, but you can answer it. If yes, what are your impressions compared to the National?
So I always this last year was the first year I've been to the National since the last time I went to the National. Before that, they were handing out these cards about this new card company called Upper Deck, and they had these numbered flyers. And it was in Chicago, and it was 1989 or something like that. I was a kid with my dad. So I hadn't been to the National since then. The National, a lot of corporate presence, a lot of stuff going on. I make hockey cards. I make entertainment cards. And there was a lot of basketball, baseball, football, wrestling, UFC, and there was some hockey. I go to Toronto and I see hockey. I see hockey at every table for the most part. That is my market. That is who I want to talk to. That is who I was talking to at this last expo. They actually they sent me as a member of the product development team, not as a member of the marketing team. So my job was to sit down and talk to the vendors, talk to the consumers, kind of get a feel of where everybody is, what they like, what they don't like, all that sort of stuff. And I absolutely love going to the fall and the spring expo. I would say the previous ones, like last fall, you started seeing a lot more basketball and football, and baseball. I think a lot of that had to do with the people that were trying to get rid of all those base cards that they had slabbed and thought were worth $1 million. And I think this fall you saw more hockey than previous fall. It's coming back to, 80-90% hockey cards, and I loved every minute of it.
I agree with that. I think that's a fair point. We've definitely corrected back over to it. There are definitely still some basketball guys. What's funny is that I always joke about it. Sometimes I try to go by the Upper Deck booth a reasonable amount of times, but to try to at least come pop by and say hello and everything. But Billy was all over the place. This past show. The only time I saw Billy at this past show was before one of the trade nights. He was outside, headed out, and we were actually on our way out. And that's the only time I got to see him and chat with him for more than a couple of moments.
You want to know what I thought was big actually compared to the other sports was soccer. There was a lot of soccer.
Yeah, there was some soccer for sure.
I would say that was right up there with the other sports. But hockey ruled the world.
In the expo, it generally does. Yeah, hockey. We're always going to be hockey heavy, no matter what happens in anything else. We're always going to be hockey heavy. Hot Sauce here says, great show. Billy, keep up the great work with the hockey cards. You're also the man. Thank you, Hot Sauce. Brendan Ryan said, doesn't matter, won't be enough. We need all the Connor Bedards. Bob Boozle says, I want a binder of Bedards within 6 months. I think Billy can accommodate that. You go, what are your thoughts on the Canada Juniors Bedard cards? So, Billy, any thoughts on the Canada Juniors Bedard cards? I'll add my 2 cents after, but do you want to give thoughts on it first?
So, I guess the best way to compare it is look at the Connor McDavid Team Canada Junior cards.
Yep.
I think when they first came out, everybody's hungry for Bedard, and it fills that need. It fills that void. They're nice cards. If he plays well, they will go up, but they will not go up to the levels or at the rate that his licensed NHL cards go for. He had cards out 2 years beforehand for Team Canada Juniors. And if you look at the prices of those cards in comparison to the prices of his NHL license cards from his rookie year, obviously the rookie year cards sell for a lot more money. So if you're looking at it from that standpoint, they're good, affordable cards to get at the early stages.
I think it's fair. And I'll kind of add the normal path for those World Junior cards is before the player has an NHL card, that'll be its apex early on. You can if you get it early, you can sell it early, the Bedard or McDavid or whoever, get your money out of it early. And then if you're a collector, you'll get a chance to buy it back after the price drops back down. When the NHL starts coming out, the price drops down. But if the player is really an all-time great player, like a really great player, they'll creep up a little bit. They'll never reach the apex they did pre-NHL cards being available, but that doesn't mean they don't hold any value. It goes back to the same thing when we were talking about the Bedard draft card. It's not super. It was never super short. It was an Easter egg. It was there, but it was short printed relative to a normal card. There's going to be less of the draft cards than Young Guns. That's my opinion, based on history. That's kind of how those play out. But that doesn't mean the value is still going to be the Young Gun. People are going to chase the Young Gun more. And that's usually what ends up happening with those. but it doesn't mean the draft card has no value. If you get it later for a reasonable price at the going rate after it's dropped down, and you like Bedard, it's still a cool card to have. It's an early Bedard card in the NHL. Still a cool card.
But Billy's right. Hobby Champs is right. Especially as soon as the Young Guns comes out, everything previous is going to nosedive, and this Young Guns is going to explode through the roof, and it's going to probably stay there for the remainder of his career, and if not beyond. But I know they have like Young Guns canvas and Young Guns acrylic and Young Guns 1-of-1s and Young Guns this and Young Guns that now, and that's fine. And those will also do well, but his basic Young Guns is his actual rookie card, and that's going to go through the roof, and everything before it's going to plummet.
Yep. Now I'm going to quickly go through a couple here. Hobby Champ says, are Young Guns even short print anymore? Relative to base cards? Yes, but I know what you're saying. I heard there's more than 200,000 McDavids. Billy, within 4 million. How many McDavids? You're muted, Billy. You're muted. You're muted, Billy. Still muted.
We can't hear you.
BG went on a show and tried to say there was a specific number, and he's way off. And he exaggerated it probably to downplay the value of it because McDavid was having such a good season. And he's not. He's off. I'll just put it that way. And I will also say there's always the rumor that a Young Gun is short printed, or because someone doesn't get, 2 in their box, or maybe, something happens in the vendor and they don't get 1 in the box and they think a specific Young Gun is short printed. It's printed on what's called a 50 up form. So there's 50 or 100 up form. So there's 50 cards and 50 cards, and all the Young Guns are printed on the same form. There's the exact same number of Young Guns throughout the whole run of the product. So there's that mystery solved. There's not a short print of Young Guns. There's the exact same number of Young Guns printed of every Young Gun.
Makes the show worthwhile.
There you go.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this. Yes, Billy is a larger celebrity than me at the expo. No question.
Low bar to hit, but go on.
Definitely bigger than Marcel. Absolutely.
Is he calling me fat? Is he calling me fat? Is that what Eric's doing right now?
No.
Saying I'm larger?
You're skinnier than me. No. Definitely bigger than Marcel. No one is bigger than Marcel at the expo except Bobby Burrell.
Wow.
There
He
you
went
go.
straight to Pander. He went straight to Pander into the Burrell. In the
I'm
garage
going to
hall.
get this goddamn app sooner or later.
He will say anything to get this app.
Hey Billy,
so
I have
Billy,
a question
look,
for you.
go ahead.
With Michael Jordan being the biggest asset that Upper Deck has from an individual standpoint,
Because
has
then
he
Hal Gill?
ever been- has he ever been released in a hockey card set?
No.
Yes. He was in the cup.
Oh, I think that's right. Yeah.
He had a show card, I know, in the cup, and I believe he had the 0506 in the cup. And the funny thing is, when that came out, there were people complaining that Michael Jordan was in their hockey product. I kid you not.
Yeah.
Why
Which
are
would
there
have been like
why are
a
there
massive
non-hockey
hit.
players
Which is
in
a
the
massive
cup?
hit. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to
And I
tell me
think
the
there was
print run, but in the future, I'd love to see a Michael Jordan Easter egg and a Young Guns. That'd be hilarious. Just Photoshop his head on somebody. I don't care. Just do it. Tongue out, everything.
There you go. Now, so Billy, now look, like I said, I'm buddies with you, so I try to be nice, but I got to ask you one important hard-hitting question. There's one that I've got to get in here. This is very important. So, flagship product. We got the one-of-one Young Gun, the Gold Outbursts. All well and good. Billy, on the front of the box, it says, first ever one-of-one Young Guns. So my question is this: why are you disrespecting the legacy of Patrick Stefan and Oleg Saprikin?
You already,
Why are you building?
already said this. You're repeating
I'm
yourself.
asking you. I am
We want
asking you this question.
We want new content on this show, Carlos. You
I am
already
asking
said
you
that
this
wasn't the
question. You
first
haven't answered
101.
it. Why are you building it on the throne of lies, Billy Cilio?
If I wanted to hear the same thing over and over again, we'd give Eric the mic and all the control.
We already did. We already give Eric, and you have never answered the question. You were evading the question. You were hiding from it.
If you want to get technical, we made 101. We made 101 stamped ones for the 25th or 30th anniversary. One of the anniversaries we did 101.
Look, I'm not counting those because there were OG ones before that, Billy. Way before that.
Well, I'm not
I'm
not the brand. I don't review packaging.
This entire look, Ham. The problem is that over at Upper Deck, our marketing department is building this entire thing on a throne of lies. I have debunked these lies, these myths. Just the disrespect to Patrick Stefan is inexcusable. To Oleg Saprikin is inexcusable. Just terrible. This is why we end up with Boston Bruins Centennial sets, because nobody's paying attention. It doesn't realize the Boston Bruins are not a real hockey team.
No,
and yet you make a set.
Because we have to practice building a Centennial set before we come out with the masterpiece of the Red Wings Centennial set.
That makes sense.
What year was the Red Wings?
The Bruins are a practice run.
I think we got 2 years.
Oh, okay.
26, like the Leafs. I think they came at the same time.
Well, at least it's within range. At least within range. If you're in the 20s, you're within range.
Yeah.
All right. So look at the World Junior cards of great players in the past. Most of them start buying if the NHL stuff comes out. Yes. That was the point they made, though. There's still some value. If you're a collector, just buy them cheaper. Just wait until they come down to a good price and then pick them up. Go get them. They tried to make the same argument with Leaf Autos. Unlicensed, they just sell fine and people pay regardless. If you buy it at the right price, there's nothing wrong with those. Just collect what you want to collect. Bubby going to get the itch and open his first splash since 09 and pull the 1-on-1 Bedard Young gun. Fixed.
Probably. That's the way it would work. As long as it's written on the side of the box.
He's got the Elon Musk. There you go. I like that they stick the sticker even on a top loader.
Quality.
Right, so there you go. Ben Jordan on UD Fanimation cards with Gretzky. Maybe that sounds familiar. I don't remember, but it sounds familiar to me. I'm getting a few good men vibes from the sign of question. I know. Break him, Carlos. I'm working on it. The man's like, oh, we already talked. No, we did not talk about this. I talked about this. And this man was not here when I was talking about it. And now he's here. Yeah, Carlos didn't play. Eventually everyone falls under questioning. I know. Billy ducked that question. He ducked so hard. It's incredible. Yep. Batman would crush Babe the Pig.
He was speaking his truth.
I was gonna say, it's like they're the first one of ones to us. None of us were here in 2000. That's my favorite part. I'm like, so Billy, here's a legitimate question. Is there anyone operating on the office side of it or anything that was actually there in 2000?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so they're the ones I got to hold responsible. I need names, Billy. I need names. I'm gonna deal with this individual.
We've had a few like 25-year anniversaries and 30-year anniversaries the last few years.
All right. 25-26 Centennial season for Detroit. Thank you, Jeff.
A year before the Leafs, yeah.
West says Jason Robertson, fastest start at 250 points. # pump. Where's Bobbles? I know.
Yeah.
He's dealing with post-Thanksgiving festivities, I think. I think that's part of the deal. So actually, since we're here, real quick, since we got 3 Americans here. So let me ask you guys. American Thanksgiving first. Happy belated Thanksgiving. Second, how was your Thanksgiving? Let me start out. Ham, how was Thanksgiving? How'd it go?
Family-wise, it went well. Food-wise, not great. We went out to eat. At this point, don't need to cook. Christmas is big enough for us. And it's just easier to go out and eat at this point.
Did you go to Chili's or something or what?
We went to a place called Kona Grill here in Tampa. I wanted to go to the all-you-can-eat Brazilian steakhouse, but the earliest they had it was
that would have been good. Yeah.
I can't do that.
Okay.
So next year, I'm going to be 3 months in advance to lock that baby in.
Oh, really? Yeah, true. Yeah, they are.
All right. Sounds fair.
Cool.
Sounds fair. Billy, how was the Thanksgiving festivities for you?
So I do a Friendsgiving because my family's in different more Midwest. We do Thanksmas in my family, so usually like the second week of December I'll fly out to Michigan and my sister will meet us up there. But I've been hanging out with the same group of friends now, probably for about 10 years, where we just kind of get together, watch football, and eat turkey, ham, stuffing, all the usual stuff. They put me in charge of one thing, and it's basically progressed to what can I wrap in bacon. And this year it was
Everything.
bacon. Yeah, exactly. So it's something different every year. This year they wanted me to make little smokies. So it's like the little sausages with wrapped in bacon with brown sugar, and we put it in the air fryer. And those were a nice little appetizer during the football games. But yep, now I'm at a friend's house right now. I usually jump to a second one and catch the tail end, and then we usually just hang out for the weekend. So I'm at my other friend's house right now.
Oh, so
Nice,
they have
nice.
internet. That's why you're doing okay.
Yeah, I realized I'm actually on their Wi-Fi, so that's why things have been good.
Mm.
All right, nice.
Eric,
Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
you're the other American.
Yeah, no, we had a great.
Carl,
time.
Massachusetts. Can we
Well-
finally get over the? Can you guys, Ham? Can you guys just vote Massachusetts out of the union because it's been in a Canadian
I didn't
protectorate?
even know
Can
it
we
was
just call
still
it
in
what it is?
the United States, to be honest with you.
Like I've been saying this all along. Eric keeps trying to identify as an American, but he's fake.
And they're in perfect situations. You got, Ham down there in the bottom right, and then that's Florida, and then you got California, and then you got Boston.
Hey, I'd
Peabody.
be more than happy to move to
Worcestershire.
Live up there in the freezing cold.
Yeah,
You
it is.
go outside there where it's horrible.
I would much rather get out of this stupid ass state and move to New Hampshire, but whatever.
I'm going to Texas.
My favorite
Vegas.
Thanksgivings are ones that include the years that we had an unfamiliar face at the table, and meaning there was somebody somewhere that didn't have a place to go or family to be with, and they were invited by somebody within the family to be with us and sit at our table. And I think that's what Thanksgiving's all about. And we were able to do that this year for a young kid, friend of my daughter's, who is from California but going to school at the University of Rhode Island, and he was going to be sitting around a dorm room for 5 days by himself, and she brought him home and he was at our dinner table. So that's what I look forward to on Thanksgiving, is try to get somebody that isn't usually at the table on Thanksgiving Day. So we were able to do that, so that was good.
Thanks for giving us that.
There you go. All right, this was rapid fire. Favorite Thanksgiving food thing that you have? Obviously, Ham went. They went out, which is fine. That's completely acceptable. All right, favorite food thing. What is your favorite food thing, Thanksgiving wise?
My mother makes a Jello mold.
A Jello mold?
Classic.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Is it hockey puck shaped or
no?
Traditional?
No, it's like in a bundt cake type shape.
Okay.
And it's raspberry Jello with apples and pineapples and walnuts in it. It's,
my God,
I love it.
I had that in the 70s, man.
Are you sure the mold isn't actually shaped like a jar of
all the
mayonnaise?
rave
She's trying to send you a message. She's trying to train you to get out of your bad habits.
No, mom makes it every year.
Okay.
Thanksgiving, and it's a family favorite.
All right, Ham, go ahead. Favorite Thanksgiving food-ish.
Pumpkin pie. I mean,
all right, sure.
At the end of the
day, that's an acceptable response. Yes.
Sometimes you just start with dessert. Don't worry about the main course.
Damn.
Fair. All right, I'm with it. I like it.
That's great.
Billy, do you have a favorite?
He's on mute.
You must unmute yourself prior.
At this Friendsgiving, they make these little things out of Oreo cookies that they use like a malt ball and candy corn. They make it look like a turkey. I do like that. But the key component to me on Thanksgiving is the gravy. You got to have good gravy because it goes on the turkey, it goes on the stuffing, it goes on the potatoes. Okay. So gravy. Wow, I sound like a fat kid right there. But
gravy.
Gravy. No gravy.
But you gotta have a good gravy because that's like the base of everything.
All right, seems fair. I appreciate
I'm
that.
I'm the stuffing guy. I like a good quality stuffing, in-bird stuffing.
Yep. Yeah,
made
that's
with
my second.
butter, made with the real stuff, nothing. And that is really the killer. Well, stuffing was really the thing about, because the turkey would never go far enough back in the olden days, and they made the stuffing for extra kind of a meat substitute. The history of stuffing.
A meat
Fair enough.
substitute.
Fair enough. Wes here says that's very nice, Eric. There you go, Wes, giving you some appreciation. Bob Boozle says still burping from the deviled eggs. Fair.
Oh,
Hobby Champ says walnuts and Jello. That sounds very Canadian, Eric. I know.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, Bobby, for the sake of the narrative, just go with it. For the
Okay.
sake of the narrative, just go with it. Brendan Ryan says pumpkin pie won this year. Fair enough. Hobby Champ says my favorite this year were the mayonnaise Jello. Facts.
Oh God.
I made homemade pumpkin pie this year, so.
I'm a dessert guy, so Thanksgiving is not a big deal to me. Like in the grand scheme of things, we will have a little bit of turkey and stuff for the Canadian Thanksgiving in October, but I'm a dessert guy. So if you offer me like a solid dessert, I'm in on that.
If I'm going main traditional dish, I want just my standard baked turkey, mashed potatoes, my stuffing, and cranberry sauce, and I mix it all together and just eat it like that, all together. It's fantastic.
I keep it separate, man. I gotta.
No, I used to keep it separate, and I'm a separate eater. I'm a eliminate my dish as I go type person, not combine. But just I accidentally combined a bunch of it at one point, and I was like, "This is the way to go." So I mean, you got to try it one day.
We always.
What I like is that after he says it, he combines it. He goes, "I shall never go back to this way of living again."
Go back.
People have different eating habits. The funny part, I see people get a burger and fries, and they'll eat their fries first and save the burger, or vice versa. Is anybody like that here?
I usually do that. I usually grab the fries oftentimes.
Yeah,
I'll do vice versa. It depends on what I'm looking for.
eliminating factor person. Yeah,
I got the burger in this hand, and then as I'm chewing, this hand's going in for the fries.
Which hand are we using for the mayonnaise?
This one, and that. All right, I can't take much more of this mayonnaise stuff.
I just usually look at the plate as a happy task, and I eliminate each task as I'm going.
Oh, really?
There you go. I like that.
What's the production number on your tasks there? Anyways.
There you go. Always come back to production number.
Billy.
I thought
burger fries together, no.
What's up?
Do you have a preference? But so Bobby is focusing in on how you attack the dish.
So when you go to some place, like I usually go fries first, but like In-N-Out, you have to eat the fries first because they get cold in about 20 seconds, and so you got to eat them fast.
Okay, so it's not about balance, about heat. Okay, got it.
All right, so Hot Sauce Sports Card here has a question for the hockey guys. Are there any piece of NHL players' gear that hasn't been used as in a card or a patch? I feel like almost every piece of equipment I can think of has been used.
Never seen
a jock? No.
No, I listen. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen the pants.
Yeah, we use pants.
I've seen the pants. No, the pants for sure.
I'm just saying I haven't. We've seen
they haven't used the jock yet.
Oh, you used the blade on the skate?
I actually think I've seen a blade card. I actually think I have seen a blade card. It hasn't been used a lot. It hasn't been used a lot, but I think it has.
I don't think a helmet piece. No.
I think I've actually seen a helmet piece too.
So I'd be
What
curious
about a visor?
what that looks like.
Never seen a visor?
No.
Visor.
It's kind of clear. It's like that invisible card.
Yeah.
It'd be easy to sign though and see through. That'd be cool.
Pretty much.
So the problem with visors and the helmets is the curvature on them.
Yeah.
And we have been told pretty much it's difficult to cut. I'll put it that way.
Well,
I mean, I could see that, but I could also see it being one of those 1-inch thick cards that, you see come out of packs that, it's like the cup where it comes out of a box, super limited, super rare.
They had those cards where they had that half or 3/4 of a basketball sticking out. It was like this thick.
Also,
the soul cards in basketball, they're huge. I have a Karl Malone one. It's like 2 inches thick.
Okay, so here I think I've got an example, and I think this isn't the only one who's done it, but I think I've definitely seen it a few different places. So here's an example, Eric, kind of what we're talking about. So this was done after the fact. President's Choice Cards, which was
Oh yeah.
Brian Price, he's done a
Yeah.
lot of different stuff with memorabilia. So this is an example of a made to order that was done years after. But they did similar stuff with the triple memorabilia with the same design as this back in the 2000s. So here's an example of a jersey pants sock combination for
Oh,
Bobby
there you
Hall.
go. So,
Hey Eric,
So
I'll give you $1 if you can tell me why they can't make that card anymore.
Why they cannot make that card anymore?
Yep.
Bobby Hall's dead? No.
Well, there's still
Bobby, you
plenty
want to
of-
report on this? Like Bobby is like, he's in my garage.
I'm
Well,
doing
what-
the
pair of
process
socks
of
was
elimination.
because they had the Chicago Blackhawks logo on the jersey, and they can't do that anymore.
Nope. No manufacturer can make this card anymore.
No manufacturer.
The material of the card.
Nope.
All right, then teach us,
That's what I
please.
was-
So
Carlos, show
Carlos,
the card again.
put that card back up. Please.
Hold on, I'll bring it back up. Yeah. hold
Sorry.
on. Yeah, no problem. 1 second. I'll grab the picture and bring it back up.
It's like one of those games where you got to find the wrench in a picture with 1,000 lines.
All right. So hold on here. I will share. So here, I'll share the picture of the card on the screen so we can look at it. So this is a custom card that he does. He's made to order. All right. So Billy, why can they not make this card anymore?
So there was some sort of lawsuit, and I can't remember I don't know all the details of it, but you are not allowed to have a piece of memorabilia touching a photo of the player.
Really?
So there has to be if you notice on all of our M cards and stuff, if it's touching a player, there's like an opaque white or deco foil or another color, like a border around the memorabilia swatch area. You cannot have the memorabilia touch the player anymore.
It
There
does
was
look
some
kind of
sort of
weird.
lawsuit
Anyway.
that happened back in the day.
It does. I mean, they
But
did place the pants in the right spot, at least on the card.
So
Yeah,
but you can't tell us what the idea of that is from, like why or what the lawsuit.
I
you know,
don't know all the details. It was before my time.
If you had to guess, all right. So we understand that we understand that you don't know for sure. If you had to guess, what would be your educated guess to why the patch the material couldn't touch a player on
Don't
the
guess,
card?
Billy. It's a trap.
I can't. I don't know. I really
It's
don't.
direct.
Know.
That information is directly tied to the Connor Bedard Young Gun print run.
Exactly.
So he cannot separate the two pieces of data.
Hopefully, and we've talked about this, I think on the show, quickly, we would love to have, Brian Price on. I know we've been in contact with him. I've spoken to him. Bobby's spoken to him.
Yeah.
That is we need to make sure that's a question that we ask him.
You might be able to do it on a one-on-one. Like,
Yeah, to be clear, that picture is a design that will be familiar to the hockey guys, but he does them now as President's Choice as piece uniques. So they can kind of operate in kind of a gray area as an artistic card because he's literally printing them to demand. That is a custom piece. He sells it on the website. You can buy it, but it's literally a one-off. It is a one-of-one. So that's the only one you can get. That's it. But it's one of those deals where he had a lot of inventory as far as game used memorabilia that is used over the years. And he provided a lot of the game used that Leaf is using. So especially for the longest time. So they were sourcing it from his collection and his stuff. Yeah. So he can create some of that stuff that nobody else can. And again, he's reusing an old design of his from Be a Player and in the game that obviously nobody else would really be in a position to use anymore. Yeah. Because he has control over that. So it's a very special case that he can even make it. But anything else that binds any of the other manufacturers, they would probably be bound to that because you cannot, in a commercially viable, normally released product, be able to play some game. So this kind of plays into your favorite about working your way around this. Since he's like piece unique, they're operating on a very small scale and everything. Mm-hmm. They can kind of do certain things where it's like nobody's going to spend a lot of time going after them for the one-off. It's literally one card. So it's like, guys, it's one time.
It would seem that law would be instilled for the reason they don't want to disrespect the
the player in any way, it seems. So, if it's placed in the wrong place, like that one's looks kind of goofy. And I guess no player wants to be represented or, have a piece of something stuck to a place where he doesn't want it. So I guess
it is also consistent. It is also consistent though to the original design, because they did stick to, because it wasn't like they were doing a very similar thing in the original. So they stuck to that consistency. They didn't just change it willy-nilly just for the sake of it. So at least it's consistent with what they've done in the past.
That was a good trivia question though, Billy.
I like that one, Billy. That was good. Is Eric a Duke's guy or Hellman's guy? Valid questions. Hudson says Viber would be cool. Pants, yes. Protective cup, no. Correct, Paul.
So on the pants, real quick.
Hans, go on.
So you showed me that piece and it has pants on it, but
Correct.
that looked like, obviously that's decades old, different material. I have yet to see like nylon outer hockey pant on a card. No, it doesn't say that it doesn't exist. I have not seen that nylon material.
You want to see it?
Yeah, outside of a hockey.
Eric is like, I wish to own your pants.
Well,
it's a bit awkward, but all right.
The problem is we can't get it graded, so we can't PSA DNA it.
What is left to use on equipment? And I still say I've never seen, a modern pant, or even in the past the nylon material on the card. That would be interesting.
I can't think of it from a hockey standpoint for sure. I mean, obviously baseball for sure. I have football. I have football, not so much recently, or baseball for that matter. Kind of stick to jersey, hat, glove, cleat more than anything. Bat barrel, obviously. Yeah, I mean, basketball too. I've seen shorts, full jumps, warm up outfits. But yeah, hockey standpoint, pants wise, it's not. You don't see it.
We have enough other stuff. Don't worry. We don't need.
You know what we got, Eric? That I don't know if we've used it or not. That you'd love. We have Phil Esposito's knee brace.
Really?
And nice. I'm not sure if we've put it in a card yet or not, but I know we have it. We have his knee brace.
Oh. Now we're talking.
Phil lives about a mile from me.
Big metal,
Oh yeah, see in Florida,
and down here in South Tampa.
I just remember when we won it on auction, and we were just kind of like, "Well, that's interesting."
That's a weird win, wasn't it?
we have Zdeno Chara's at the shop. I think just as big as you would imagine for a guy that size.
Are you saying? Sorry, you're saying knee brace?
What are you saying?
You have a
there,
skeleton Eric? At the shop.
What do you mean by that size?
It's long. It's he has
Eric is a connoisseur of the hockey pants.
Tall.
I mean, based on your hand projection there.
We have a lot of questions. I'm moving on, Eric. I'm moving on.
You guys can do whatever. I'm just trying to tell you that we have Zdeno Chara's knee brace, and it is much larger than if I were to get a knee brace.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you want a big knee brace, Eric.
Because I'm not 7 feet tall.
That's just code word. Okay, go ahead.
Moving on.
Are you sure it's a knee brace?
Yeah.
Eric will confirm
just
for you.
Curious.
So Hobby Champs is a question here. Does UD use any non-affiliated memorabilia like Topps Panini, or they use player-worn game use? So it's predominantly game-worn. Is there any products, Billy, that use the not specific player event? Because all the ones I've seen are player-worn, or game used.
I'm sitting here. I saw the question. I was ignoring Eric rambling on about a knee brace.
Knee brace.
I was reading the question.
It's a cup anyway. It's not.
I was reading the question and just trying to think of anything. It's gotten to the case where we had pucks, and we wanted to just like put a game used puck in a card, and the league actually came back to us and said the player has to have played in that game that the puck was used.
Oh, nice.
You can't just make like puck cards and say this is an NHL game used puck.
Right.
So they're pretty specific on us using stuff that's player worn. Like we have like Hall of Fame jerseys from Hall of Fame games and stuff like that, or we have Gretzky's equipment bag. I think was one of the odd things that we had one time.
Oh, that's cool.
Like it's player used, it's player worn, photo shoot, draft used or whatever, but we're not buying jerseys off the rack and putting them into cards.
Yeah, we need an insert card with that jersey.
And people complain about the manufactured patches that we make. And it came up one time, well, why don't we just use like jerseys and cut them up? And and they said no, like they don't want to do that, and we didn't want to do that, but it was brought up like someone was brainstorming. We would prefer just to put a cool looking manufactured patch like the inked insignias in the cup. We'd rather just make a nice looking card with a nice looking manufactured patch as opposed to a non-worn jersey for a player.
Yeah. And one thing that kind of plays into that also, which we've talked about in the past, but also you've brought up in different interviews and things you've done, is that over time there's been a lot of de-emphasizing in a lot of the products, so that some of the game used memorabilia is harder to get, but part of it is because it is still predominantly game used. If you wanted to go the route of just get a jersey, get the player to touch it or something, if you want to play that game, then you'd have more, right? Then you'd have more available to you, and then you'd be able to throw it in, but obviously it would lose some of the connection with the players. So I guess it's like pick your poison, use actual game used, and then you've got less available. So then you got to kind of spread it out a little bit, or don't use game used. Don't worry about it. The player put it on for 5 seconds, and then you can have as much as you want.
See, I would buy cards if that had an insert card with a chance to win the full bag of Gretzky's equipment bag. That would be, I'm back. I'm in. Just saying.
I actually think, Billy, you missed out on an opportunity to take
hair
the
card.
What's that?
How come we don't have more hair cards? I'm pretty sure if there was a Gretzky hair card, people would be over the moon for it.
Really?
Or is that too close to cloning?
Well, we know what you're going to use it for. You've already you're giving your hand too soon.
Carlos, if there was a Favre hair card, you'd go after it.
Listen, I am neither confirming or denying what the cloning vats are doing, Ham. I am not giving away my evil plan. This is not a James Bond movie where you give away the plan before the movie's over.
He just makes a point. We have old presidents here. We have people that are alive today to get their hair cut probably every week. It shouldn't be that hard to get some hair.
Topps, I believe, made playoff beard cards one time.
That'd be awesome. It'd be great if the beard was like part of their hair and it was their beard on the card.
Oh,
the problem is if Upper Deck made one of those, I'd bring Billy on like the same week of the release, and you just see like a patch suddenly missing. It's like, Billy, can you confirm the authenticity of these playoff beards?
Yeah, we tried to make these cards for years, and our test subject was Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane, and unfortunately,
they couldn't grow a hair.
They couldn't grow playoff beards, so that's why they were so spotchy.
So don't eat your lunch and open a pack. Yeah. Gotcha.
Again, there's a lot of legal things with that too, but you'd be surprised. I have a Post-it note at my desk that I got in the first year I was at Upper Deck, jokingly, and it's the same legal person, and she's just like, "Oh, just blame legal." And so I wrote it on a Post-it note, like blame legal, and she would come to my desk and be like, "Oh, blame legal," and I still have it. And it's still true to this day. That where people try to sue you for the craziest reasons, and they think Upper Deck has billions and billions of dollars, and that it's just an easy target to sue. So we're very cautious on a lot of stuff, and DNA is probably something that we've stayed. I know we've had hair cards before, so I don't know why we would stay away from it. It's just making it happen is maybe.
It just always seems like the hair cards that people put out, it's always of somebody who's already dead.
usually.
Yeah.
Elvis. Yeah.
Well, Collecto while they're alive. Can't live forever.
I mean, if we got an icon like Joe Thornton, that might
Exactly.
work.
You get it now. You get it.
Joe Thornton dual Bobby Orr card. Oh,
Yeah.
Eric would be able to hand himself.
Look, I just feel like there's someone on this panel. I won't say who, but someone who masquerades as a pillar of positivity. I won't say who it is, but someone is clearly disrespecting the Boston Bruins legacy of all-time great, not quite as good as Hal Gill, but still all-time great Boston Bruin Joe Thornton.
All-time great. That's why we kicked him out of town.
Because you guys hate talent. It's the same reason you did horrible things to Bill Russell and ran him out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we didn't run him out of town, but horrible.
He stayed out of town for a very long time, Eric. He ran and he didn't come back.
Horrible things were done to him and his family while he was here. Yes.
You clearly don't appreciate greatness. That's what I'm getting.
Hmm.
Joe Thornton is like, all right, I'm out.
Alive. I don't think I was alive when that incident happened.
You're pretty old. I'm not sure. Are you positive about that?
I don't think I was alive when that horrible incident happened.
Sounds like a convenient way of getting out of culpability, Eric.
Look, Johnny Damon would rather shave and live in New York than play for Boston anymore.
I think the large contract helped with that decision.
Oh.
I think that might have been the money.
He played the
Mr. Bubbles, what do you think about this? As a member of the jury against Eric.
Go hit some yard sales tomorrow?
It's not Monday.
What?
For what? Tomorrow's Saturday. Yard sales.
So you managed to evade your family. How's that going for you?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Nah,
Find some
I'm not gonna
hats.
get into that. No, I literally, I just finished packing all that crap up, and I was sitting there, and I was like, I know they're probably about to wrap up, but let me just go pop on and say, what's up? I don't know what y'all have talked about tonight. So anything.
We're talking about Eric's various crimes, his appreciation for mayonnaise, Joe Thornton, and Hal Gill. Billy has finally told us what we knew all along about SP Signature Legends. I may or may not take that clip out of context and use it in perpetuity.
Well, I was in the Discord. What is this big announcement? Tag like had a hell of a Black Friday sale. They actually increased their prices on Black Friday.
Really?
Wait, are you serious? I was only like peering over. They increased their prices?
It's from what the quick skim I seen of some things that Neo shared. Apparently, Tag increased their prices, but then offered a dumbed down level as well that might be a little bit cheaper, but I guess something about their charging for the submission kits and
the price of coasters has just increased. I'm deeply disturbed by this. This is terrible.
And what's funny is I have a five card submission I haven't submitted yet that I've already purchased that has now gone up in value, and I haven't even submitted a card. That's how valuable Tag Grading is.
Mike, you got the rare stuff happening.
I think you should. I think you should submit them in for grading. Prove this out by putting it in auction. I look forward to purchasing it from you for $1.50.
I have a unicorn. I'm living on a unicorn right now.
You are.
We can only dream. We can only dream.
I wasn't sure what it all was about. I thought I would get on and get some information here, but apparently, breaking news.
Everyone says reduce service and raise prices on a 1,000-point scale. I love it. Tag should read Black Friday. Wikipedia page to better understand. It's a fair point. I guess it would be on the Instagram. It's got to be on some of the marketing copy somewhere.
That is a great question, though. What has everybody bought on Black Friday? Has anybody?
Oh, yes, it is. You know what, Billy? You're right, because I had thought of that. We got taken in so many directions. Does anyone actually give a crap about Black Friday? Did anybody actually get anything on a Black Friday sale from anybody?
It's more of an American thing than a Canadian thing.
I worked all day.
Not this year. Okay. I mean, usually in the past, I've gone to Blowout and actually done pretty decent when they drop certain product, that you assume that the rookies are going to continually do good. That you could get for a deal, and I've done well in the past. I haven't seen anything recently, but I do know leading up to Christmas, there's actually more deals that fall out versus Black Friday.
I think that's fair.
Especially when
I did.
countdown.
Yeah, I usually take advantage of smaller things. One of the vintage dealers that I buy cards from regularly does like sales during some of those specific holidays and stuff. They'll take like 15% off the normal price, which I'm like, okay, great, good enough. I'll buy a couple of cards at that price. One Bobby that I use a lot is Marks. I buy a lot of a lot of different clothes there, and their price is actually really good. So they'll clear stuff out. I'm like, yeah, I'll go get like a couple. Like this hoodie came from a Black Friday sale when they started early. So I went and literally grabbed one. I was like, all right, cool.
Mark's Cards was given 15% rebate.
I wish they. Listen. Mark's Cards would probably give you 115%
just for the
off.
vibes.
They'll give you 115% off at this point. Not a lot of Black Friday stuff anymore. Go ahead, Bob.
No,
go ahead, Bob.
I didn't buy anything.
We went out shopping today.
Mozzarella cheese was on special. I don't know.
Well,
I
spent.
don't go.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we went out shopping, but I don't go get the TVs or any of the other crap. But one thing that is nice, like I started doing it last year because my kids now are 18 and 23, and it's kind of corny to say, but I miss like going shopping for them when they were little because now everything they want is just get on the computer and freaking order it.
Right.
And so last year we went out and did some shopping just to donate toys for kids. And it was a lot of fun. And so I told her I wanted to do that again this year. And Target has the buy one, get one half off thing. So you can go in there and like load a cart up with toys and, it's a couple $100 and you can take 50 toys or whatever and go donate. So it's a lot of fun. And so we take advantage of that. But
we stopped doing gifts a long time ago. Actually, what I do is I make good homemade soup and I give some to my mom and my sister and my dad. So, and then they make baked goods and they give me some and whatever. That's when we do Christmas. So, so much better than here's a card and here 20, 50, $100, whatever. I don't know.
I feel like shit now because I spent about $100 something on Full Gear EPAC drop today so I could get all my achievement cards.
Well, Billy, I have good news for you. I don't know if you're familiar from the national RBI Cruise 7, RBICruise7.com. They do a Black Friday sale. They're a card shop based out, and they've got the AEW Spectrum boxes for $80 per. Let's go, Billy.
So our group, they separated us into groups in the office, and whoever did the most pounds of food to donate, we won a box of cards, and my group won, and I got an AEW metal box. I pulled a Sting purple. That was about the biggest hit. A couple nice MJF cards, but
what year was it, Billy?
Oh, this last one. There's only been one Metal Universe hockey.
Yeah, 2022.
I was just throwing that out there, having a little fun.
But no, my other I spend money on that, and then so last year there were a bunch of people on ComC that did like discounts. So I put like $100 in ComC, and I started looking around, and there weren't that many deals compared to last year. I think I got someone to go down to about $17 on a Bonnie McMurray auto from Fleer Ultra, but other than that, I really didn't buy too much.
All right, wait a minute. Yeah. Bonnie McMurray. What? Like from Letterkenny?
Yeah, Camilla.
There's Letterkenny cards. What's going on? What's happening? I need.
Of course, there's Letterkenny cards. You schmuck. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, Grant's. I said I want to do a Letterkenny set. He says find a home for it. Now go build Fleer Ultra, and I said I found a home for it. And so we did a fans of the game kind of set. It was supposed to be. The insert was supposed to be called Population 5000, but the league figured out real quick what that was, and so they nixed that, especially because the background of the card was like a wooden barn, and so we just had to turn it into like a fans of the game insert. But we didn't get Jared. He kind of wanted us to like get the license, which we didn't have. We didn't want the license. We just wanted the actors. And Trevor followed, but we got a lot of the other characters from it. So we got Kitty Cat, we got Bonnie McMurray, Mrs. McMurray. We got the two Jonesy, and we got the two hockey players, and then we got Taylor that plays like the emu guy, and then we got the friend. I'm totally drawing blanks on names. I don't know whether to call them by their names or call them by their character names. But yeah, we got most of the cast. We just missed two of the main people, but we got everybody else.
Nice. Thank you, Jay. Good evening.
My life has just changed a little.
Maybe it has. Amanda here says, Eric, if we accept Letterkenny, we have to accept Teacher's Pet. Don't fall for it. It's Trojan horse, Eric.
Oh, gee, Amanda.
You'll be all about the UD portraits in no time, Eric.
All right. Stupid Amanda. Fine.
Terrible. Ignore her, Eric. Give in. You know you want to buy.
But it's Bonnie McMurray. Oh.
That's what I appreciate about you.
Is that what you appreciate about me?
Yep.
Why don't you bring it down like 20%?
You know what Eric, you know what I appreciate about you? Do you know what I appreciate about you?
Nothing.
No. That's not true. I do, in fact, appreciate one thing about it. I appreciate the insight and thought that you bring into this show every week. And I appreciate the fact that at the drop of a hat, I can do this.
Yep.
And he's gone. It's a wonderful thing. I appreciate that about him constantly. See, Eric, there's plenty of appreciation. I'm appreciating you right now.
Bewitched.
It's fantastic. Bubbles, I see. That's appreciation. Appreciation, bro. A lot of appreciation.
You're the David Copperfield of the hobby.
Crazy. On that Orient Express,
the other guy that went missing.
Well, if Eric plays his cards wrong at this point,
before we go, I want to show you the one thing I haven't shown yet that I picked up in Canada, which sums up the entire nation.
An arrest record?
I picked this up.
Is it Yitz? Is it Yitz?
The third knee pad?
Let's not do that. Sorry. It's a dish towel with a Canadian flag and the word sorry on it.
Listen,
sorry.
showing the flag of your people does not impress us.
No.
I saw it and I had to buy it. Because for those who don't know, if you're an American,
he was in Niagara Falls, everybody,
and you go,
American,
and you go into Canada, if you could get a penny for every time you hear the word sorry.
We don't have pennies here anymore.
Yeah, they're gone.
Americans. If the Americans could just get a penny for every time they heard the word sorry in Canada, you'd be a freaking millionaire.
Sorry to say, I don't think that really happens.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, Eric, I believe you are contradicting yourself because you make this claim. At the same time, have Bobby and I ever said sorry to you? Have we apologized for any manner of horrible things we do to you?
No, don't they say like I feel so sorry for Eric, or
yeah, that's a different.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what the hell you're saying with that accent,
or like Mrs. Wade, I'm really sorry.
Sorry.
You almost swore, Billy. I thought I heard it.
I know. I was like, oh. I'm not representing Upper Deck, but I'm representing Upper Deck.
But you were representing Upper Deck when you discussed the fake legends.
Oh, that was good.
Legends. It all comes full circle.
I got to figure out this yellow taxi thing, anyways.
There you go. That's right. I wasn't a game board and dice back in the day. There you go. Thank you, Jay. All right. Last comments or thoughts. We'll make sure here.
Not a Joni Mitchell thing, is it?
Canadians are nicer than we deserve. Nicer than Eric deserves.
Not two of them that I know.
Mm.
One has banned me from paying him to get an app just out of spite, and the other one is just a nasty, horrible human being.
Really? I think that's a horrible thing for you to say to Bob Bobby.
Sorry, I can take it.
Look, I would have let you in the app, but because of what you said, forget it. Say sorry. No, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. If he had shown it earlier, I might have believed him. I feel he's insincere.
What a tourist grabs that
I
from
know.
across the border.
Like,
I never even
look,
seen that.
Bobby,
before.
when I'm hearing Eric
Awesome.
talking,
I
he's
couldn't
talking like,
resist.
oh, like, you know, the Canadians. He's like the Quebecois who are separating. He's like, I'm not Canadian. Yes, you are.
Mhm.
You lost the referendum. Sorry, bro.
Right.
Good try,
The
though.
the
That's
FLQ.
cute. That was
They're after you.
cute. That was cute how you tried. That was nice. You tried. All right. First of all, Michael Ham, a pleasure chatting with you as always. Appreciate you coming by. We did. It was fun having the conversation always because we knew we were going to have a little fun with it. But it's good. I think it's good to have that conversation though, and it's fun to play both sides of it. So I did appreciate, enjoy your contributions.
Jesus.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for letting me come on. You know, everybody let me come out and say the things I say that comes out of my mouth. And just, you know, hopefully everybody had fun, good time, and everybody's doing well. Really.
Yeah. You are in fact Florida man, though.
With the exception of
you are
Eric,
very much
obviously.
Florida man.
Eric does not like things.
Mm-hmm. No, he doesn't like things. And at least you do in fact represent Florida man. You are 100% in fact Florida man.
Oh yeah.
So we do appreciate that about you. Billy, I appreciate you putting your cards on your home computer. I appreciate you coming in, chatting with us while hacking along. So I do appreciate that. You know, you fought the elements and you managed to join in, and I do appreciate you.
Appreciate it. And just so you know, Ham, I love the passion. And trust me, there's a lot of stuff that you say that either I wish could happen or you know, I haven't thought myself. I'm on the other side now, and there's a lot of stuff that I learned coming on the other side. But you know, any kind of ideas and criticisms, I listen to them both with the same attention, and appreciate it.
No problem. I appreciate you letting me come on and, I guess, give you a hard time. It's just, you know, sometimes you have all these thoughts and these questions, and you don't have anybody to ever go to. You know, and I appreciate you, like I said, coming on and, you know, taking whatever rhetoric that I throw out there and, you know, doing the best you can with what you can. And, you know, I know you're constrained on multiple different aspects within the company, and that makes it difficult. I get it.
But he still wants to make numbers.
I love going on these shows, and Eric knows I'm in Clubhouse too, and we have like our fun and stuff. But my main goal when I go on to those things, if people ask questions, is just to do my best to help inform and answer any questions that I can. And so please do not hesitate to continue to come on here and hammer away, because you know there's some ideas I've gotten from people from criticism or from, you know, just like, hey, you know, I don't think of everything. That's for sure.
Yeah, we got Bobby Orr, Chicago Blackhawks Easter egg.
Exactly.
We got that. Just
Lecular.
saying. We got that.
The best idea I
Guys are
have for
evil.
you, Billy. Put Jason Robertson in every insert set, subset, set theory. Like, that would be a great suggestion and idea.
Shameless. I love
Just
it.
saying.
I appreciate it.
Shameless.
Even put him in the goalie insert sets. Just
I think maybe Jason Robertson should be the entire Boston Bruins team. I think that's a starting point. Just start with
I
that.
will say, when I packed out the cup last year, and we don't talk about that product much, but I will say, when I did, I was extremely happy that it was a $249, because every single box that I put them in, it strengthened that box greatly.
I was glad he was to $249 too, so I could afford one.
Mm-hmm. So this one's for you, Ham. This one's from Jay. Ham, who's the best?
It's because Jay's at the top of the league, is why it's this. You know, but he's got to do well in the playoffs. You get it in there. You can lose the first round, and then your season's done.
So wait, are you saying that you want to make sure not to overly emphasize the regular season? Because if someone was to overly emphasize the regular season, it'd be an abomination if you pathetically performed in the playoffs.
Yeah,
That'd be
like,
absolutely
like
terrible.
don't lose in the first round of the playoffs is what you're saying.
Like a
Pretty much,
Hindenburg
yeah.
like disaster, basically. Avoid that. That would be bad. Just making sure. So good call out. Good call out on that one. I appreciate that. Bubbles says buying a hammer and downloading the Clubhouse app. That's right. Wes appreciated your shameless bumping, Bubbles. Thank you. Clubhouse Hazing Beer, but stick it out. There you go. Jay says I have a buy. Well, that'll probably help you. Brandon, Bobbles, I do appreciate you coming in the bullpen, coming in to help us finish off the show. So I do appreciate that. And glad you were able to survive your family and Thanksgiving to join us briefly here at the tail end. So that's always good.
That's been a crazy story, but
yeah.
Anyway.
Bobby, appreciate you always in the garage of knowledge at all times. And of course, let's get into quickly the Needham app plug here at the end. Needham.
Even if you got them, you still need them.
Yeah, it's Needham.com.
Needham.com.
There you go. Spelling is right there. Spelling is right there if you want to check it out. We'll talk about it more in the future. Bobby and I will chat. We'll have a conversation and we'll see if we can work something out that'll make sense. And I wouldn't mind at least showing you guys a little bit more about it, and we'll see if we can work something like that out. So you'll get a chance. But if you want to check out the website, that's the best way to take a closer look at it. So again, Bobby, appreciate you in the Garage of Knowledge. And Eric, you're here.
Whatever. This is stupid.
Whatever.
Oh, Eric, could you tell us why? Why do you feel that is the case? You should apologize is what you should be doing right now.
You should say something.
That's right.
There you go.
On that bombshell.
You should
Thank you
wear
all for
that
hanging
towel
out
like
as
a
well.
bib.
Hey, it probably couldn't hurt. Why are you eating those damn chocolate sticks? Is what you should be doing. You should be apologizing for the entire process. So anyway, folks, have yourselves a great night. Those of you in the West Coast, you still got some time. Those of you in the East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Those of you Americans, enjoy your belated Thanksgiving. Hopefully the rest of your weekend as well is going well as well. We'll catch you next time. Have a good one.
I hate name.